Everybody, good evening. You're Peterson here. Ride with Peterson. Let me see. What is today's date? Uh, Today it is Tuesday, February 11th, 2020, and it is now 7:57 p.m. And I'm currently in Ontario, California, at the Ontario Mills Mall. And let's see, turn on all the lights. Got a little light here. And so what I'm doing is I'm going to Raising Cane's to get some chicken. Now, I haven't been to I've never been to Raising Cane's. I've only seen a couple of locations in Orange County and here in San Bernardino County. I don't think there are any locations in LA County. If there are, I'll find them. But what started this one was I had a customer in the car the other day, and they said that Raising Cane's was nasty. So I'm like, wow, you know what? That sounds like a good video. So I just finished going to the restroom at Raising Cane's, and instead of going inside and buying the food, I decided to go through drive-through, order the food, and do a live reaction video. So we're gonna go ahead and do this right now, and we're gonna make this happen, and we're gonna see if Raising Cane's is thumbs up or thumbs down. Now I only went inside. I liked how the place looked on the inside. It was really nice. The bathroom was really nice, really cool bathroom. I liked it. Nice parking. They have 2 lanes for drive-through. So I'm like, okay, right here. So let's see what we have here. They've got a box combo, which is the favorite. They've got a 3-finger combo, a caniac combo. Ooh, crinkle cut fries. Texas coleslaw drink. But that's expensive. It's $12.53. We're gonna. Oh, that's 6 fingers. That's too much. And then they have a sandwich combo. Cane sauce, lettuce, Kaiser roll, crinkle cut fries, and a regular drink for $7.19. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the box combo. I'm gonna get the number 4, which is their favorite. I'm gonna get that. We're gonna do that. So let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Chicken, what combo are you picking?
Hey, what's up? I'll have the box combo.
All right, what drink is gonna go with that?
Lemonade. You guys have fresh lemonade, none of that artificial stuff, right?
Yes, we do. We squeeze it every morning.
Oh, that's what I want to hear. I have the lemonade, yeah.
Okay.
You have any sweet stuff like a cookie or a cake or something like that?
No, I'm sorry. We don't have anything besides like the chicken and anything in a combo base.
Okay, no problem. So I have the box combo. That'll work for me.
With the lemonade. Is
Yes.
that going to be all for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's just going to be $9.19 at the first window for you.
Thank you so much.
You take care.
Okay. All right. So we got the box combo. We did that. Let's see. I'm excited. Hopefully it's good. I think it'll be good.
Hi, the box with the lemonade?
Yes.
$9.19.
You got it. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, people. So we're doing this. Close up the music there so I don't get a copyright violation. How's everyone doing this evening? So many people have been asking me for another live. They want to make a video. They want to see how I'm doing, because I'm just out here trying to have a oh no, I'm keeping it simple. I just did the number 1 up on top, man. The caniac, the hot sauce. I'm not trying to burn my mouth off tonight. I'm trying to keep it real simple today, see how it goes. Let me read some comments while we're at it here. Josh, NC78, hey, thank you so much for that. You gave me a discount. Let me see. You usually do the double Texas toast with no coleslaw. I love coleslaw. So we're gonna see if it happens in here. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Double Texas toast. I am curious about the Texas toast. I think this one has the eight the eight 4-piecer that I got. It has the Texas toast in it, so I'm curious to see. Let me see. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute, Tony. I see you. How you doing, man? Remember, yes, Malison, I definitely remember you. How you doing there? All right. Hey, Tony, I'm doing all right, man. Let me see. Josh, you love LA so much. Any deals with you? You'll have to elaborate on the any deals with me, but I enjoy living here in LA. I pay these high taxes and whatnot because, hey, let's face it, I know the city. I feel safe and comfortable here, so that's why I'm still sticking around trying to make it work out. But it is nice. You have a 2010 BMW 5 Series that overheats after 30 minutes due to low coolant. Well, a commenter on another video that I made when I had the 740, he said that the cooling system in a vehicle, for the most part, is a closed system, and you need to find out why the vehicle is overheating, why it's losing coolant. Losing coolant is not a good thing. So find the source to why it's overheating, and you'll solve that problem. So, man, they gotta play all this music out here. I'm like, I don't know, people trying to make a video and don't want to do this. Okay, you saying Cane's is the bomb? A customer said that Cane's has no taste to it. He says it's nasty, so we're gonna find out. Hey.
With you ready today?
Yes.
Any ketchup in the bag?
Yes, please. That'd be great. I'm getting ketchup, and we're gonna find out how good this lemonade is too.
Here you go.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, they are super friendly here. I like that. Okay, so let me see. Park at the food. You know me, I'm gonna do the drive-through deal now. This is the way to do it. Now see, at Popeyes, a lot of Popeyes don't have drive-throughs, so I had to go in for that. Now, if I like this, then next time I'll try their chicken sandwich, and we'll see how that goes. So we'll do that. Let me get a sip of the lemonade first, because they say they squeeze it fresh here, and we'll go from there. I'm breaking my rule of water for the rest of my life. I don't know. It's been fascinating, but I've been craving lemonade for a long time. So I figure, hey, you know what? Let's do this. All right, so here we go. We're gonna try the lemonade. See how this is. No, this. Well, I don't know if it's fresh squeezed or not. It doesn't. It's okay. I mean, hey, what's up, failed journalist? That's wrong. That is really wrong. Oh wow. It's not as tart as I would like it to be, and they actually have low sugar content in it, so it's okay. But I don't even know if that's real sugar in there. It tastes like aspartame to me. I mean, he said it's fresh squeezed, but this does not taste like fresh squeezed lemonade. All right. So the lemonade is not popping. If you look, one of my favorite shows on TV, and I can't wait for it to come back, is the Black Lady Sketch Show. And they had this scene where, all the black ladies were in the courtroom, and the judge, she comes out, and she's like, all this melanin, it's popping up in here. So when I taste the lemonade, I need the lemonade to be popping, and this lemonade is not popping. But I'm gonna drink the rest of it up. But I'm not gonna want a refill of this at all. All right, so They give you a really nice box from Raising Cane's. It's nice and big, and you know, I like the way the box looks. It's good. It's embossed, and you know, the food looks really nice there, as you can see. You know, it looks really, 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 and it smells good too. They give you a nice fork with Raising Cane's on it. They spend a good amount of money here on this. The fries, they don't look special, but let's see how they taste without ketchup. The fries are good. The fries are lightly salted, which I appreciate very much. So I like the fries. The fries are good. All right. The sauce here looks like, you know, it looks like Thousand Island dressing. Let's see what it tastes like. It tastes like customized Thousand Island dressing, which I like. It's pretty good. I haven't gotten to the slaw yet, so we're gonna get to the main event. So I like the sauce they have here. These are some dinky looking strips. I mean, come on, Raising Cane's. I see why they have an 8-piece, because you need an 8-piece for Raising Cane's. I mean, these are half the size I'm used to getting from other places, like Wendy's and Popeyes, but they smell great. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Let me eat one without the. This is the moment of truth here, because it smells really good. Mmm. 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 Okay. The initial bite is very pleasing, but as you start to get into it, the taste falls off the cliff dramatically. I mean, it's nice and hot. The crunch factor is right, but it before you even get it down your throat, the taste is completely gone. I mean, I kept a totally open mind with this. Maybe you have to add the sauce to it to make it work. But okay. Now when you add the sauce, oh yeah, these are great. I love it with the sauce. Without the sauce, no. But when you put all three with the sauce, yeah, this is good. You need the sauce to make the chicken to make it work. You gotta have the sauce. If you're gonna go to Raising Cane's, the sauce is mandatory, people. With that, yes. Okay. So I give it a thumbs up with a big asterisk, and that is you must have the sauce. So now I am curious about how it is with the Louisiana sauce. I should have said something. I said, can I get a side of the sauce? The Louisiana hot sauce. All right. So let's go on to the coleslaw and see how the coleslaw is. Believe it or not, the coleslaw I like the most is at Kentucky Fried Chicken. They have really good Kentucky Fried Chicken, believe it or not. The coleslaw that disappoints me the most is Popeyes. They're the ones that disappoint me the most. Let's see how their coleslaw is. It feels like it's frozen in the middle. So, yeah, it feels frozen in the middle. All right. I mean, it's all right. Doesn't taste like the coleslaw you get at Smart and Final, but it's good. I like it. But the KFC coleslaw, I think the thing about KFC is they put a lot of sugar in theirs, and I think I'm a sugar nut. So, but it's great. It's nice. Well, okay, so I'll tell you this. So here's the big question. Will I come to Raising Cane's again? And right now, I don't think so. Because see, if anyone knows this area where I'm at Ontario Mills, they have so many other places to eat at. Like, for example, my go-to spots, I go to Panera Bread. I love Panera Bread. I go to Yoshinoya is when I want cheap food, but I go to Yoshinoya. I love Panda Express. I go there. Where else do I go to? What's that place? It's a hamburger spot. Fat Burger. I go to Fat Burger. Excuse me. Where else do I go? What's the? Five Guys. I love Five Guys. They're real friendly at Five Guys. They have a lot of fun there, and they make great burgers too. So, I mean, Raising Cane's is nice. So, yes, I see your messages. I got your messages. Your name hasn't come up, but because I had to switch phones. Tam's Burgers. Tam's Burgers is in the Xander. What's up, man? I thought you forgot about me. I've been sending you text messages left and right, and you haven't been getting back to me, man. I kind of got a little sad. But I said, you know what? Xander get back to me. He's got a life beyond all this here. I don't know if I'll go back to Raising Cane's. I mean, like for right now, my go-to spot for food, fast food, has been Wendy's. I've been falling in love with Wendy's a lot these last few days. Oh wow, this is really, yeah. Their breading is really bland. It's amazing how it smells great. Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It smells great. And the initial taste is good, but when you eat the individual components by itself, it's not there. It's one thing about Raising Cane's chicken. First of all, they cook it well, because I've had 2 instances at Popeyes where their chicken has been undercooked. It's been a problem. Raising Cane's, I can see they definitely cook the chicken well. I think the portion size is actually pretty good, even considering they're little dinky. But when you put all of it together, it tastes good. So, I mean, but I see why the guy who was in the car earlier, he said that the taste was kind of bland, because without the sauce, it is bland. All right, let's see here. What kind of comments have I been receiving? Do you like the ASMRs? I don't know what ASMRs is. Hey Dewey, how you doing, man? I'm doing okay. Thank you for your message. I appreciate it. I'm hanging in there, man. How did you not see my super chat towards? Oh, you know why? Because I was focusing on eating this food, stuff in my face, man. I saw your super chat. It was big and blue and there it is. I see it, $4.99. Thank you for that, Xander. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it so much. I'm taking a quickie lunch break here, and I figured I'd do something here and go from here. So, let me see. Yes, we do have to get together, Dewey. We have to get together very soon. Sharp Dresser, did you ever move like you said, and did you give the van back? Yep. I did not move. The Yukon is gone. I'm now in a Prius. I can't move until I pay off what I owe on the Yukon and I get my own vehicle, because this Prius is a rental. So once I pay off what I owe on the Yukon, and then I return this car and I get my own vehicle, then I can explore leaving. But considering how long it's taken me to leave, I may actually end up remaining in California. You know, I know the lay of the land out here, and it's probably wiser for me to stay in this area. Plus, I might have a family situation developing, and it may actually require me to stay out here. I think there's a situation going on with my dad, and I may need to. I need to stay in California for my dad, because my dad and I might not have the greatest relationship in the world, but I told myself, if my father ever developed a health situation and he needed me to care for him, I would be here for him. And I received a message from my sister the other day, and that day may have arrived. So I will know a little bit more when I actually go and visit my father and see what's going on. So that's that. Let's see. Hey Ronald, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Hey Money, I hope everything goes according with him as well too. Hey, thanks for that, Dewey. I appreciate it very much. Oh wow, okay, Dewey. I look forward to your call tomorrow. Tony, why would I want to buy that 7 Series BMW from you? It's a nice car, but I'm telling you, man, look, the only 7 I'm interested in is a 7 with an inline 6, because an inline 6 engine is basically a big 4-cylinder, and I'm not trying to have a lot of money problems from the car I drive. That V8 engine and that 745 Li, it is not worth the trouble to keep that car on the road. It just isn't. It's too expensive. And the car won't last me more than a year the way I drive. No, I'm not. And plus, I'm broke. I'm not trying to buy a car that's gonna cost me even more than what I have right now. No. I need a vehicle that's gonna put money in my pocket, not take money out of my pocket. You know what? Y'all are better off dismantling that car, parting the vehicle out, and putting the parts for sale on eBay. Really, that's your best bet. That's what I would do. So, but I tell you, if you brought it over to me, I'll be selling those fenders and those trunk lids and those headlights and the roof, the sunroof motor and the seats. And then when I'm done, send the shell over to pick apart so they can crush it and send it on. You can't lock the doors because the suspension drops and the alarm goes off. Yeah, there's a problem with the suspension on the car. It probably if it's a Li, it has that rear air suspension on it. You probably have a situation going on with the you might have a problem with one of the air springs, and it's losing air. And when the air leaks out of it, the motion sensor goes off and it sets off the alarm. Probably what it is. So I honestly wouldn't touch the car. All right. Your boss should have never bought the car. You should have never bought the car. When you said the van took $100 to fill up, I almost fell off my seat. The hybrid is a much better choice. Actually, that truck costs $125 to fill up. It had it took me 27 gallons to fill up that gas tank. And right now, gas is back at $4 a gallon in LA. So, yeah, you're looking Had about $125 to fill it up. Probably more than that. The only good thing about that truck though was it had it's E85 capable. So that's the bright shining thing about that. Where was I when I heard about Kobe? Oh, I was very, very, very sad when that day happened. I got the news from another rideshare driver. Who told me about it? Man, I gotta remember who told me. It was I believe it was Xander who told me. Was it Xander? I have to go back into my text messages and see, but I think it was Xander that told me, because I have the text message and I have the moment. But I was at a Chevron gas station about half a mile north of LAX, and I was actually parked, and we were having text messages going back and forth at the time, and he sent me the link. He sent me a link to a news article talking about it. And at first, the link didn't say what had happened. It just said, Lakers legend Kobe Bryant. That's all it said. So initially, I didn't want to open it because I'm like, oh, he's just doing whatever he's doing. But the message that was sent to me on the bottom, it says just got the news. And so I clicked and I went over to it, and it said that his helicopter, had went down. And my very first immediate reaction was the F-bomb. And I texted that over to Xander, and then for the next I'd say for the next 2 hours, I sat there and I'm getting every bit of information I could. The thing that got me about it, when I saw it anyway, was I found that it was unbelievable that anybody would take a helicopter in that weather, because see, it was overcast for the last 3 days, and the police department usually grounds their helicopters on overcast days in LA because they can't see anything. So to hear that a helicopter accident happened, I'm thinking, why would anyone want to take a helicopter in this crazy weather? Because you couldn't see anything. This is some bland chicken. I mean, the more I eat it, the more I'm like, yeah, this is bland. You gotta have the sauce to eat this chicken. There's no question about it. Yeah, so, and part of the reason why y'all haven't seen me was because I wanted to give enough time between hearing the news and going back to making videos again. Because LA has been all kinds of tributes to Kobe. It wasn't until about maybe an hour after I got the news when everyone started reporting that his daughter Gianna was in the crash as well. And I'm like, wow. Vanessa, when she got the news, I don't even want to imagine what kind of pain she was in. I'm amazed that she's even on social media this early, because that's got to be tough to lose your husband and one of your children. But I'm just gonna assume that they've had the conversation, and that, like, hey, but when you look at the aircraft that was involved, and you look at the accidents that it's been involved in, this is only, I think, the 4th accident ever for the aircraft. It's the best one to be in. A lot of those helicopters are built, and it's a very safe unit. But it's a tragedy all across the board. And then when you think of the other people that were involved in the aircraft, in the helicopter, and I even listened to the radio, the air traffic control audio they had from the whatchamacallit, from the flight, and saw some videos from some stuff from Flight Aware 24 or Flight Radar 24, because I like aircraft stuff also. I love airplanes, helicopters, and all that kind of stuff, but I'll never talk about it on the internet because it's just a big hobby for me. I'll be better at cars than the aircraft stuff. But I tell you, it's going to take them a while to get this investigation done to see what happened, because it's very fascinating how it all went down. It's just a sad thing all around. Now, I might be wrong about this, but I read somewhere that they're supposed to be having a formal memorial for him, and also everyone else that was involved, on February 28th at Staples Center. So, yeah. This is wow. So there you go. You want to know how I felt about Kobe and where I was when it happened, then there we go. And that was I'm not even a basketball fan like that. I'm not a sports fan like that. But still, Kobe did a lot for a lot of kids, and he really did a lot to work on his image over the years. And let's face it, he was loyal to the city of Los Angeles, and he really he kept LA on the map. When you look at the greats, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, and Kobe Bryant, they are they're main. And after he won the Academy Award last year for the documentary Kobe Retirement, so hey, he'll be forever young, you can say that. He's not with us anymore, but hopefully his spirit will endure with us. Oh goodness, I ran out of sauce. You know what that means. I got to eat the rest of this chicken without sauce. Where are we at now? I'm at 34 minutes. All right, let's see what other comments I have here. You staying up there for the night or coming back down to LA to drive? I'm staying out here. I don't want to deal with the pool rides. So when you leave LA County, you go to Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, Ventura, Santa Barbara, you don't have pool rides. I don't want to go to LA. So I'm just picking up people from Ontario Mills, taking them where we need to go. So, but yeah. Oh, I've been doing really great at LAX. I've been going I've been driving, been doing pickups at LAX. I go there. I'll sit in the lot for maybe 5 minutes. I get a ride request into the guts is what I call them, and then and I'll upload that video. I have a couple of videos I made of me being in the airport queue. But I've had data issues, so I haven't been able to upload those videos. But yeah, I've been doing pretty good at LAX. Have you tried that thing I told you about for LAX? Yeah, I did it when it came through. I did it once, and it worked like a charm, man. Thank you. The key is going there when they have the bonus, but yeah, it worked like a charm, bro. And I appreciate you for telling me about it, because I had a nice time doing it. So it was really good. Give me a moment here. I'm trying to put the ketchup on the fries. The fries are actually good. I figure if I can handle In-N-Out's fries, I can eat fries anywhere else, because In-N-Out has the most bland fries in the world. But they are effective. They do the job. Where's that towel at? Man, I don't have a towel. I need a towel. They don't give you enough napkins at oh, here it is. They don't give you enough napkins at Raising Cane's. They got to give you more napkins. How's everybody out there doing today? It is so good to be on this live stream with you all. I appreciate every single one of you. I got 27 people who decided to give me a little bit of their time, and I appreciate it very much. If I find out that a passenger has that disease, I would beat the disease out of him. No, that's not right, Tony. Because if you've read anything, if you've read up, hey, what is up? Dude, we still gotta talk. You owe me a phone call. Yes. Oh. Are you serious? Congratulations, man. I'm very proud of you. I am, man, that's good. I wish I could say the same thing. But then again, I didn't work as hard as you did, so when you say you earned it, you most certainly did earn it. Congratulations to you. Oh, I have to give you my new phone number. Actually, no, you should have my phone number. I'll send you another text, and we'll try and see what happens. But I know I have you in this phone number. I will. Because I know your phone number hasn't changed. You know me, I'm going through phone drama right now. Tony, before you start thinking about beating up people for having a disease that they can't control, you probably would want to read up on it first. Here's the deal. The coronavirus that's going around now, believe it or not, it is related to the regular influenza that we have. It's a more aggressive form. People can be infected with this virus and not have the typical symptoms you would experience with the regular flu that we're used to. You can have this virus and you can transmit it to other people with no symptoms for anywhere from 4 to 12 days before you actually develop symptoms, if you do. For the people that get it, they develop very serious acute respiratory disease is what it is, and that's what kills them. There's no treatment, there's no vaccine, there's no line of defense. There is no line of defense for it other than your immune system. This isn't like you take some vitamin C or take a hot toddy and it goes away in a few days. No. You have to be quarantined from other people. You think we could give that virus to people that don't go on long trips? Well, the key is this: the way the virus is spread is when people sneeze, they cough, when you have water drop, when you have droplets in the air. You know, when you sneeze or when you cough, there are all kinds of droplets coming from your insides out into the atmosphere, and then someone in close proximity is breathing it back in. Some people get it from babies. Some people get it from elderly people. Some people get it from people who are careless about covering their mouths. Why do you think you have so many people wearing surgical masks? Because they do not want to inadvertently breathe in the droplets that contain the virus. Once it gets into your body, they have a beautiful, nice, moist, warm environment to grow and multiply and ultimately compromise your immune system. To say you're going to beat it out of somebody, that's not a cool thing to say. Certainly not a cool thing to do. These people do not want this disease, and they certainly don't want to spread the disease. And they don't want to die from it either. But, you know, we will know how bad this thing really gets. Because already it's worse than SARS was, 10 years ago. I remember how freaky people were when it came to SARS. I think SARS is sudden acute respiratory syndrome. Well, this is worse than SARS. So, all right. Let me see. Hey, I'm sorry about that, David. I apologize about that. Aren't you afraid of a client getting in your car who have the coronavirus and don't know it? You know, I'll tell you, sharp dresser, there's a lot of things to be afraid of. You know, I'm afraid of getting rear-ended by these crazy drivers out here. I'm afraid of some drunk sideswiping me. I'm afraid of some person carjacking me in this vehicle. You know, I'm afraid of developing a stroke while I'm driving the car. You know, I'm afraid of being mugged while I'm sleeping in this car. I'm afraid of a whole lot of stuff. But the thing is this, and as I get older and as I live longer, in order for you to live in this world, you've got to be brave. You can't stay at home and expect to be safe at home all the time. Look, we live in Los Angeles. We are about 25 years overdue for a major earthquake. And when I say a major earthquake, I mean an 8.0 or greater. An earthquake that can cause significant destruction in Southern California. You can't be afraid to live down here. You can't be afraid to live in this country. That we live in a world where a world leader says the wrong thing, and LA is one of the prime targets to drop a nuclear bomb on. There's all kinds of things to be afraid of. So I'm not afraid of getting sick. And with time, you'll have to accept the inevitable. If we did not learn it, if we all did not learn it, we had to learn it a very difficult way. All of us are gonna die one day. Just look at what happened to Kobe. Kobe was just on a routine helicopter ride that he's been taking all the time. The man died in the same helicopter he's rode all the time. They took the picture off of the website, but the same helicopter that he was in when he gave his last home game at the Lakers, he died in that helicopter. He lived life to the very end. Now, I can only imagine that he was terrified because they said that helicopter hit the ground at 184 miles an hour. So, I mean, can you imagine being in a vehicle and you have no control and you know it's coming? Man, that is scary. So no, you can't be afraid. I'm not worried about the coronavirus. If the coronavirus comes, someone gets in my car, and I get infected and I end up developing acute respiratory disease and I die, hey, that was my fate. As simple as that. I could have just as easily gotten it being on the bus. You know, I was a bus operator. You're exposed to a whole lot more sick people being a bus operator than being a rideshare driver. Because, see, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen in California. If it comes out here in a big way, it's going to afflict the homeless population in a very dramatic way. I can guarantee you that. So, you know, they're isolating people on cruise ships. It's very sad, but what can you do about it? The people who are in charge of this stuff, they're doing the best they can. The only thing you and I can do is take airborne, those tablets, and wear surgical masks. That's it. So, and just keep in mind, it'll be this time next year. Because eventually, the infection will spread, and it will do what it's going to do, and it's going to go. That's it. So, to answer your question, yes, I do believe in Jesus, but I prefer not to discuss my my religious faith on my YouTube channel. It's very private, and it's a very complicated subject for me. So, I hope that answers your question. No more drive-thrus allowed in our progressive little bubble. Also means I have never had to sit through a surge while getting the drive-through Uber. If you of no tip and lost money. I have no idea what you're trying to tell me, Mr. Cut and Paste. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Totally off topic, but I finally had one of those spicy chicken sandwiches last week. It was amazing. I drive rideshare in Boulder, Colorado, and they won't let Popeyes in. Oh, wow. Okay, I got your first part, but the second part of your statement, I don't get, Mr. Professor. But the first part, yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed the sandwich. Oh, Doozer, are you going to watch Picard on the CBS app? Doozer, I love the show. I can't wait to watch the next episode. I love it. 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 They did a fantastic job pulling together all of the stuff from the next generation, all the experiences that Captain Picard had during that show, and especially bringing back Hugh. It was something else. I'll tell you this: the scene where Captain Picard had Hugh and Lieutenant Worf beam transport, do a site-to-site transport to his ready room, and then Picard addressed Hugh as Locutus. That was one of the absolute top 5 scenes in all of the Next Generation. It was amazing. Anyone who understands this story arc, they must watch that episode, I Hugh. I Borg, that's the name of it. I Borg. I watched that specific scene 10 times because it was so good. But the show is awesome. I love it. I think they're doing a great job with it. But I'm gonna tell you, and I'm now that Star Wars is finished and Star Trek is done, for years I had a difficult time of saying which do I like more, Star Wars or Star Trek, Star Wars or Star Trek. Well, in my opinion, Disney done screwed up Star Wars, so I'm definitely a Star Trek person now. You know, I still haven't seen Rise of Skywalker. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I don't know when I'm gonna see it. I haven't seen Terminator Dark Fate. When I heard the news that that John Connor was killed, I'm like, oh, well, that's the end of the franchise right there. So, and then I saw some of the clips, and I'm like, okay, the Terminator gave himself a name of Carl. I'm like, what? So, nah, something's not right about that one. Okay, so I'm done with Raising Cane's. Okay, I do not feel like I wasted my money. The food was all right, but I don't know if I'm gonna be back. So that's what it is. I like the presentation, how it's all put together and everything, but ultimately, yeah, well, all right. Nothing more frustrating than having to make a stop on a $4 ride with a $4 surge and eat up those precious surge minutes sitting in a drive-through for a PAX, then getting more quick surge tips. I agree with that. I agree with that. But you know, I don't work for surges and bonuses anymore. I gave up. All I'm trying to do now is $100 a day. That's it. I'm so frustrated. I'm like, you know what? I'm broke, I'm poor. Be thankful for what I have now and just going ahead and enjoy my life. Make $100 a day and call it a day. And that's what I'm doing. So, all right. Muhammad, how you doing, Muhammad? Muhammad Umar. Hey, bro, how you doing, man? Thank you for checking me out. I appreciate you very much. I really do. Let's see. Do you think we can give advice to people that don't tip on long rides? Oh, now I got your. That's foul, man. That is really foul. Let's see. Let me see. Keep it a secret. Aren't you afraid of a client? No. When you come into Georgia? I don't know when I'll be in Georgia. I had to kind of put the brakes on that one indefinitely, because right now it looks like I'll be with rideshare through April, because I need to make $2,300 to pay off the Yukon, what I owe on that, and then I need to make another $2,500 to buy myself a suitable vehicle so I can get around. So that's basically $5,000 right there. because I need to get out of this rental car. So once I have my own vehicle that I own with no monthly payments, no weekly payments, and I pay off the Yukon, then I am free to roam about the country. But I got to do that first, because when I get into this vehicle, I need a vehicle that will be able to take me across the country, and I need to if I move to Atlanta, or if I stay here in California, I got to get a job. That's just how it is. So but I can see, here's the deal. I can't just up and I can't up and leave this car, because if I just up and leave this car, I will be sued, and I don't want to be sued. So I'm hey, right now, as Proverbs 22:7 says, I am currently a slave, so I have to pay my due to the rich man. What else? Yeah, so when I take care of my responsibility with this and all like that, then I can move on. I got to rebuild my life, because I've lost everything. So everything that I own basically is in 2 suitcases, a gym bag, and a large plastic container. All of it can fit in the back of this Prius, with the trunk down, both seats up, and I can see out the glass. I don't have that much stuff. I lost everything. What? Almost 30 years of work. I don't even have 5 days worth of clothes. Sad. But I still have my mind. I still have my health. I still have my toes and my fingers. I have all my teeth. And I have my eyesight. I can hear. And I'm not giving up. I'm just starting over. So, I tried to do something great with rideshare. It didn't work out. And I said, hey, you know what? Let me try to fix it as quickly as I can without going into any more debt. That's the key. Can't go into any more debt. Hey, thank you so much for that cut and paste. I appreciate it very much. I always totally love the heart you have in your uploads and your dedication to your channel. I need to be more dedicated to the channel, because I have so many people who are genuinely concerned about me. That's why I'm making this video, doing this live, because I'm like, hey, people want to see my big head and want to hear my ramblings on about chicken fingers and hamburgers and other kind of food I shouldn't be eating. So I appreciate it. I really do. And I had a moment to eat here. I said, you know what? I'm gonna make an unexpected live stream, and do something of some value. My opinion of Raising Cane's chicken fingers. You got your live reaction to it. I figure, why not? All right. Xander came and checked me out. I appreciate it. Thomas came and checked me out. I appreciate it. Let me see. Tony, my main man, Tony. Tony always catches me on a live stream. I appreciate that so much. I do. See, Thomas, man, I gotta see you, man. How do you have time to check this out? How much money do you earn from YouTube? If I do absolutely nothing and just rely off the videos I currently have right now, I will get $150. I get that. If I put a little bit more work into it, like I did last month, last month was what, $259, I think, which was okay. But I don't put that much work into my channel. So that's why what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find something that will gain more traction than what I'm doing now. Right now, there are 2 things I'm interested in talking about online. But one, I just don't want to do a channel. What in the world? One, I just don't want to do it because I tried it and it's too emotionally taxing for me to discuss that. So I'm not going to go there. The other one is developing a channel talking about cars, doing car reviews. But for me to do it, see, everyone else makes it look so easy. They really do. But I have not been able to really truly do that final bit, which is to actually start reviewing the cars and talk about it, because what I'm worried about is you know, I do one car and then I have to follow up with additional vehicles, and the hardest thing will be, you know, just the simple access to the vehicles. That will be a challenge. And then but everything else is basically in place and it's done. And I think another issue I'm having is I like this format. It's completely live, off the cuff, no rehearsal, no script, just talking from here and here, just from the heart, from the head, and going from there. Maybe that's how I need to do the car reviews. Maybe what I should do is I should just simply live stream all of my car reviews. Oh man, that's huge. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Maybe that's what I have to do. Maybe every car review I do, I just live stream it. And that way the review will be a lot more authentic that way. Because this is how I work best, which is, because I'll tell you, when I make my videos, you'll notice the majority of my videos have very few, if any, edits. What I'll do is I will make the video. After I make the video, I play it to make sure that it looks good and that it sounds good and the information I gave was accurate, and then I post it. The last video I posted, talking, you know, riding with the tattoo artist, all I did, I had to make one edit, and that was I had to take out the S-bomb, because that wasn't going to work, because I'm like, I'm not giving up my monetization for one word. It's not going to happen. So I had to find a way to edit out the S-bomb, and then I put the intro in the beginning, because that was a 25-minute trip, and what inspired that video was what actually happened during the first 10 minutes of that ride. I'm like, man, this is a good video material right here. So I brought it up. He said, sure, go for it. And that's when we got the whole thing going. Thomas, what's up, man? What's going on? You are sending me $2 bombs left and right. You got something you want to say? You got something you want to share with all of us? Come on, you have my undivided attention right now, because I tell you, those gifts, they add up. How's the COPPA affecting you too? It's not affecting me at all. I just went into my account on the computer. I told it that my material is not made for kids, and that took care of it. Oh, okay, you are driving. You're driving your truck right now, right? So, by the way, San Diego Rideshare Pro. That's my good friend Thomas. He lives in San Diego. He's been focusing more so on driving his truck though than doing the rideshare stuff, and I don't blame you. Okay. I'm very disappointed about Uber giving up on Uber Select, but it was not a surprise to me at all. I knew that was going to come. It was just a matter of when. And I made a whole video about that as well too. But again, I couldn't upload it because I didn't have the data to do it. So, you know, the time for that is come and gone, and I left it alone. You know, the situation with Taha leaving Trip, that's very unfortunate. And you know what he said was very fascinating. What he said, So hey, I'm like, wow, that is totally amazing. Oh goodness, this is some bland lemonade. Um, keep on is what I meant. Though I don't tune in often anymore, I totally appreciate you. I have a great weekend. Hey, thank you so much for that cut and paste. I appreciate it. Yeah, you you that makes a lot of difference to me. It really does. Man, I look tired. I don't feel tired at all. But you know what? I do get sleepy beginning at 10 o'clock. So maybe this is how it starts. I don't feel it, but it starts to show on my face first, because it is 1 hour before I normally get regular sleepy. By midnight, I'm knocked out of sleep. So your vids when I just started rideshare after driving a cab a year and a half ago are really helpful. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Especially the fact that you're an experienced driver already. Um, yeah, it means a lot. I'm honored to have you on here, man, because I should be learning something from you. You know, the cab drivers are the ones that really made this happen. You know, the funny thing about being a cab driver, which is fascinating, and I think I shared this with another rideshare driver in a private conversation. I never wanted to be a cab driver because I just heard too many horror stories of what cab drivers went through. Because see, one thing about cab drivers is that you never know who you're picking up as a cab driver. You're picking up some random off the road, and you don't know what's going to happen. And I'm like, no, I didn't want to do that. And one of the things about rideshare was, well, because of the app and everyone has to use a credit card and your name and your picture, everyone felt that there was a little bit more security in using rideshare versus, being a cab driver. But we have seen time and time again on these videos on YouTube that being a rideshare driver is no safer than being a taxi cab driver, and vice versa. And as someone who has been assaulted while performing their job, I'm particularly sensitive to these things. And it's really shameful that the companies won't do something as basic as requiring the riders to use their real names in the app. You know, and I feel it more acutely than someone else, because see, I have a unique name. And so I'm always worried when someone makes a ride request, they have my name, and then they just cancel the ride. Okay, you know who I am, but I don't know who they are. I can't tell you how many times a person uses a period for their name. They use one letter. I had one person literally had all spaces, so there was no name. And then, so, part of the reason why this channel exists, believe it or not, is because I have to be a public person. In some kind of way, I have to be a public person because I have to defend my identity. That's the reason why this channel exists. One of the reasons why it exists, because it's necessary so that I don't have any issues with who are you, prove who you are. Yeah, go figure. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's see. Taryn Lark. Hey, what's up, Taryn? How are you doing? Okay, got you. Let me see. Cab driving was a whole different ball game when we had to protect when he had a pocket full of cash. Yeah, I can imagine so. Because the people who were getting in the cars, they basically knew you were a walking ATM machine. And if you were the kind of person that worked 12 to 14 hours a day, you had a lot of cash on you at the time. Yeah, I remember stories of cabbies getting robbed of all their money because of the cash they had on them. Not an easy job at all. Everything's changed now because of technology, and then of course because of the corrupt competition by Uber and Lyft. Yes, I said it, corrupt competition. All right. So I drank all the lemonade, and I'm spilling out the. All right. So we're done with the lemonade. We're done with the food. And now I can focus on my subscribers here for a little bit longer. Answer your questions. Get your feedback. And then get back to work. It's funny how lemonade became good in the end. No name, no pickup. You know, I tell you, Thomas. These days I can't afford to do it. That lemonade, yeah, it was real good because I struggled all day to make the money necessary to pay for it. I'm drinking every drop of that lemonade, no matter how bland it was. That was the best lemonade I had right now because that lemonade's got to last me until tomorrow at 6 a.m. when I start this thing up again. So no, I'm not going to just pour it out just because I ate every molecule of food they put in here. I ate it all up because I paid for it. Shoot, because that was not cheap. So I said, hey, you know, that's why I like going to Panda Express because they give you a ton of food. It's always good. And I can get a lot of it for less than $10. So it works. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm just belching all over the place. Okay. You're good. Excellent, Taryn. I'm glad to hear that you are doing well. You have anything particular on your mind you need to discuss or talk about? I think I'm a fairly easy person to talk to. I try to be a fairly easy person to talk to. Hey, thank you so much for that, Tony. Thomas, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate it. You have effectively paid for the meal at this point, so thanks. Everyone has done that for me. I appreciate it so much. Yes, you hit it over the $40 mark there, man. You did. Thank you. So let me see here. I got so many other comments. Mr. Cut and Paste, he gave me the comment of the night. I appreciate that. Let me see. You can live stream during your rides. No, Muhammad, I am not going to live stream during my rides. That is a no-go at this station. If you are from the military, you understand that term. No, I'm not going to do that. That is a blatant violation of the customer's privacy, of where the trip originates, where they're going. No, I don't want to. That's a side of the law I do not want to touch. Live streaming. So no, can't do it. You're a very nice man. You know what, Muhammad? I try to. I have my faults and my shortcomings, so I try to make up for that as much as I can. I really do. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you so much for that. Let me see. Where else we got? That house you did that live stream that one morning on your computer. What went wrong staying there? That house you did that live stream that one morning on your computer. The house I did the live stream on. I have to find that video you're talking about because I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh. That was my very good friend Cynthia. I had known Cynthia for over 25 years, and it was very heartbreaking for me. But that was a friendship that was very important to me that I ultimately had to end. It was one of the most difficult decisions I've ever had to make in my entire life, because a lot of people will disagree with my perspective of the whole thing, but Cynthia was a good friend to me. Over the years, she's a good friend to me. But the relationship was also verbally abusive. And it got to a point where I realized that that element of the friendship was never going to change. And I can handle disagreements, but I will not tolerate abuse. I don't care where it comes from. And so I made sure everything was situated with grandmother, and I made sure that the second home aide person was there, and I packed my stuff and I left. Um, it was not an easy thing to do, but when the message was clear, there was really no other choice for me to do. So yeah, that was a year ago. Um, I lost a lot behind that. My car got repossessed behind that. Of course, I went back to living in my car again, and I've had to reassess everything. Um, but I don't regret the decision I made. So that's that. I mean, can you drive the bus again? I can. What I need to do is I need to get my blood pressure under control. Once I get my blood pressure under control, if I want to go back to driving the bus again, I can drive the bus again. All I need is medical certification for my commercial driver's license. I just don't think I'm going to go back to commercial driving, because one of the things I told myself years ago when I worked was that I would never drive for a living. I would never drive to earn money. I only wanted to drive to for pleasure, for my enjoyment. And the ironic thing was, when I came back to LA from Atlanta, when I lived in Atlanta between 2009 and 2010, I was on my way to becoming a security officer. I wanted to go into security, and I went to the WorkSource location, and one of the counselors came to me and said, "Hey, have you considered being a bus operator for LA Metro?" And I'm like, "Being a bus operator for LA Metro? What are you talking about?" And so they gave me the information, and what really set everything apart for me was it was paid training, and they were going to pay for my permit, which was $67. Basically, all I had to do was go to this free class and sit there for 2 weeks, go through all of the information necessary that they were giving, and then really, do you need a commercial driver's license to do that? That sounds like fun. Now that I would do. I'll do that. But yeah, so what happened was I went ahead, I went through the process, because I went through the 2-week process. They gave me the money necessary to get my permit for my Class B license. And yes, I am. Believe me, when I get an apartment of my own, y'all will know, y'all be the first people to know about it. And I can say, "Hey, it's going to be in the thumbnail. I finally have an apartment." So you'll know. You'll definitely know. But yeah, so I went to the WorkSource. They paid after the 2 weeks. They paid for my permit, and I went to become a bus operator for Metro. And I had really big plans. I wanted to be a supervisor, and then from a supervisor to be a manager at the division. I was giving speeches at graduations for other for other bus operators, and headquarters was inviting me down to give speeches to new bus operators. So I go in my uniform and I gave them my 7 points of being a good bus operator, and I was doing great. And then I got assaulted, and then I started having problems getting to work on time, and then I got fired. And so, I was very angry, very upset, very bitter for a long time. But I, for the most part, let it all go now. I said, you know what? The best thing for me to do is to forgive, let it go, heal my mind, heal my heart, and move on from the whole deal. So, in order for me to rebuild my life, I had to basically lose my old life. All the stuff that I had before, it can be replaced. It's no big deal. Some of the stuff I had, I gave away. I got a really good friend of mine. He has a nice place, but he didn't have a nice TV. So I had a 50-inch Sony high definition TV, and I gave him my TV. He's like, whoa! And I had a Sony Blu-ray player to go along with it. I gave him the Blu-ray player. And what else did I give him? I gave him my Apple TV, but he doesn't use it that much. But yeah, he's got a nice setup. So when he gives his parties, he has a real TV to show his stuff on. It's really cool. I sold my receiver. I had a Yamaha receiver. I had these tall Wharfdale speakers, audiophile grade speakers. So I had a really nice home theater system at my spot. I had to let it go. I had to sell it. I had an elliptical machine for the living room. Sold the elliptical machine. That was my dream. That elliptical machine was $800 at Sears, and they were having a sale for $400. And because I had it delivered using Sears to deliver it, they knocked another $100 off the price. I paid $300 for a nearly $900 elliptical machine. And it was like, wow, it was great. So I'm in the living room doing my elliptical in the morning, trying to get my weight loss on or so. And no more, I had to sell it. But yeah, that's that one deal where I was staying with Cynthia. That was something. That was a very heartbreaking situation for me. All right, let's see. Muhammad, thank you for that, Muhammad. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm homeless right now, Muhammad. I am. This is Casa de Pedro right here. This is where it all happens and where it all ends. But you know what? It's not that bad. I have spots to go to eat. I make enough money to pay for this rental car. I have enough money to get food. Right down the street is where I go for my showers. I have 4 specific places I can go to take my showers and take care of my other bathroom stuff. Hey George, how's it going, man? So I'm not crying. I'm like, hey, I'm doing what I got to do. I figure worst case scenario, my life will be like this for the next couple of years if that's what it takes. But my gut is telling me though that this will be over with in a short order. I won't be like this much longer. 2 more years I could handle it, but I think what's going to end up happening is a breakthrough will happen, and I'll actually have a place of my own. I'll have a job, and I'll be back to rebuilding myself again. The one shining light in my life has been YouTube. I have had so much failure in so many other places, but the one place that has been a surprising success for me, and I'm gonna tell you, YouTube has really changed my outlook on a lot of stuff. And my appreciation and thanks for YouTube is beyond words, beyond explanation. And so I want to put a lot more effort into YouTube. I've been trying to create a YouTube channel ever since YouTube first got started, I believe in 1997, 1998. But I really couldn't find anything to gravitate on, but YouTube, rideshare, talking about the cars, yeah. So the thing now is I got to find a way to effectively talk about vehicles, and if I can do that, then this will be huge. I just have to invest more into educating myself and doing this thing. So we'll see. Apples. Okay. Let me see. Joe Snapple 83. He says, Peterson, you're a champ. Don't ever give up, dude. I think you're more important to people who watch you than you think. Well, Joe Snapple, I appreciate that. You're gonna make me cry. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. That is, wow. That's amazing. Hey George, I'm waiting for you to say something more to me, man. I appreciate it. Apples. Okay, are you gonna sell merch? No. What I will do. Oh, Thomas, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate it, dude. Now you're going away from paying for the meal. Now you're gonna start putting fuel in the car. Man, you're being super generous today. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not necessary, but I appreciate it. I do. What I want? There's really only two things that I really hope for when I post my videos. One is to actually watch the videos, because I get a little commission from YouTube for doing this. And the second thing is to I have an Amazon channel. I copied off of Mike. He's in San Diego. I think his name Mike in San Diego. I forgot the name of his channel because he hasn't published videos in a while. But I have a channel on I have a storefront on Amazon. It's an influencers thing, and what it is Amazon.com/shop/ridewithpeterson. So I have my own Amazon influencer store. I need to completely redo it though, because the stuff I have on there is blah. But the thing is this: after nearly a year and a half of having that store, I finally received my first check. Actually, my direct deposit from Amazon. It was $10.01. In order for you to earn a commission from Amazon, you got to generate a minimum of $10. And so what happened was it accumulated and accumulated and accumulated over the months, and then finally it hit $10.01, and I got a deposit for it. So I'm like, okay. So when you say, am I going to do a merch? I don't need to do merch. Well, actually, I might. You never know. There's got to be something that, like, for example, I went to Best Buy one day when I first became a rideshare driver, and there was this magnet that I found, and it said that a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. If I were going to sell merch, I would sell stuff like that, inspirational messages. There was another something I had. It was a thick piece of plexiglass, and it had an inspirational message on the bottom. And what happened was I lost that inspirational message when I lost my stuff in storage a few months ago. I wish I had taken a picture of it, because I would love to, I'm all about inspirational messages and motivation, and say, hey, don't give up, or try to find another way to make something work. If something doesn't work, stop. and just start over again. Um, stop trying to beat maggots out of a dead horse. Find a new horse that's just coming into life. They say it's better to give birth than to raise the dead. That's a saying I heard from someone who's in network marketing. People you try to go after someone who keeps saying, "Hey, I'm not interested." You go after somebody who's brand new, who doesn't know anything about network marketing, and you go to them. So it's the same deal. Let's see here. Money over fame. Thank you for that. I appreciate it so much. Um, Find the girlfriend. It helps. In my case, buddy, it won't help. But thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate that. Let's see. What's up, my man Peterson? One of the best rideshare driver on YouTube. Need more like you. Greg the Groove, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. It means it's special. Sometimes I feel like I'm irrelevant out here, but it means a lot. Man, I only wanted to be on this live stream for 15 minutes. Now looking at 91 minutes. Man, another long live stream. But it is Tuesday and there's nothing going on out here. Let's see. Sharp Dresser. I almost lost my car in storage if it wasn't for them closing on Christmas. Wow. You have a car in storage. Why do you have a car in storage? Why aren't you putting it to work? Why aren't you using it? Why is your vehicle in storage? I definitely want to hear this story. That's for sure. I like a good story. I love good stories. So, let me see. Oh, okay. That's a good reason to have it in storage. That's a very good reason to have it in storage. Yeah. Oh man, I know what that feels like. Not a good feeling at all. It must have been a really nice car. Yeah, so yeah, I feel very optimistic about this year though. I really do. I've had a few sad moments here and there, but for the most part, I feel pretty good about this year. I do. So alrighty, yo, I think we're getting to that point where it might be time for me to wind it down. Greg the Groove drum covers. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. That is quite the compliment. Okay, you had someone spill beer on your pleather seats in an Uber. How do I get rid of the smell? Oh, I can tell you, but here's the deal. First of all, Gupton, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to hear from you. Are your seats perforated? That's the key. Do you have perforated seats? This is what you do. You need to go and you need to get Febreze. Okay, get the Febreze. And this is extra strength. Where is it at? It says here, Febreze extra strength, okay? Another thing you might want to try is you might want to go to Whole Foods and get the lemon essential oil. Get the bottle that's $9.99. Don't get the 365 brand. Get the nicer brand. I would have told you to get the one from Now, but they don't sell Now anymore. They sell their own brand now. And what you do is you take that lemon oil and you pour it on a cloth tile full strength, or you outright drop the lemon oil on your leather seats, leather, whatnot, and you rub it in there, and that will kill the beer. The fact that your seats are not perforated is awesome, because that means the scent won't stay in there indefinitely. But you have to do something that will overwhelm the scent in order for it to go away. If you still have the scent in your car afterwards, after you wipe down, and I recommend you wipe down all your seats. When I had the BMW, I I use lemon oil all the time because it killed any type of odor. I mean, really, you you have all kinds of odors from people, and it worked. And plus, it leaves a good scent in the car for at least an hour after you use the lemon oil. But if it still sticks around, then that means that some of the beer has actually gotten into the carpeting, and in that case, you'll have to take it and you'll have to get the carpet. You'll have to get the carpet steam cleaned, because that scent is going to stick in there if you don't, because you know that beer, it's basically it's fermented barley or fermented hops, and basically anything that ferments, it has a sugar base to it. Sugar is sticky, and it puts out a strong odor. So you may have to get your interior shampooed. You may also want to wipe down your doors as well too, and also check your door pocket and see if any got into the door pocket, because you might have an issue with some of it that has dropped into the door, the mat pocket in the side of your door, and that could be where the scent is really coming from. And just use that, wipe it down, and you'll be okay. You could also, if you don't want to use lemon, the essential lemon, you could use hydrogen peroxide, or you could even use witch hazel, but you want to dilute it. Baking soda and vinegar, I don't think those two will really help. You need to do something that's going to really seriously break up that odor. Hydrogen peroxide could help, but again, you want to dilute it with water also. What would you do if Uber left California? I'd get a job. Shoot, let me tell you something. I can get a job. I have absolutely no problem getting a job. Some people, they're either unable or unwilling to get a job. I'm actively looking for a job right now, because I have run my course with rideshare. I really have. The reason why I had the BMW for as long as I did, and why I stayed with Uber Black for as long as I did, was because my objective, my goal, was to have my own transportation company. That was the whole deal. But I had to learn the hard way that I'm not a businessman like that. I wish I were, but I'm not. I just don't have that business sense of what it takes to make the business work. And quite frankly, I didn't have any money. I'm broke. So I'm like, you know what? It was a lot of fun. It was enjoyable. But bottom line, that element that I thought I had, I really don't have it. And so rather than cry about it and be upset about it and whatnot, just, hey, look, you know what? If I could have made it work, then I would have made it work. I had everything lined out for me perfectly. I had a brand new BMW, I had a TCP, I had an airport permit, I had everything I needed to get clients. Set up my corporation, set up my set everything I had to, and at the end of the day, I still couldn't make it work. The expectations of the marketplace has changed, and I wasn't able to fully adapt to it. I mean, I had a few good clients here and there. I was starting to develop a good client base, but I did not have my own company. What I was doing, I was spending all this money renting a car, pretending that I had a company, thinking that I had a company, and really, no, I was barely getting by. And so it's time for me to close the book, to close the chapter in that book, and to close that book, and to start over again and move on. So I want to pour more of my efforts into YouTube. That's what I want to do. And I want to be more structured about it. But there are certain things I need to do in order to get to that point. So I'm working on it. But can I get a job? Hey, push come to shove, I'll get a job. I'm not gonna like it, but hey, I think I'll be less happy sleeping on the streets. So, but I'm working on that right now. I don't want to get a job just for the sake of getting a job, though. I want to get a job, even if I'm only making $15 an hour. I don't mind that. What I don't want to do is I don't want to be at a job that I'm going to be unhappy with. So that's the thing. I want to, if I want to at least be a little happy with what it is I'm doing, and that's where I am. And then I just simply grow from there. Cool, man. So you got Lakers or Clippers? Between the two, I would have to say Lakers. But you know what? I'm really not a basketball fan. I'm more of a football fan. And I think what's going to end up happening with me, instead of trying to follow either the Rams or the Chargers, I just found out they got this new XFL league. It's basically football. Vince McMahon of WWE. He had the first XFL years ago. That was a colossal flop because they were trying to turn football into entertainment with pre-scripted stuff, and it's like, nah, that won't work. People want to see a real football game. And right now, the sports commentators, because they're connected with ABC and ESPN and whatnot, and the fans seem pretty cool with it. It's like, okay, it's a real football game now. It's not a football version of WWE wrestling. These are real football games. And I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to follow one of those teams instead. I think it's called the LA Defenders. I think they are. They play over in Carson. And yeah, because it's a homegrown team. At least I think they are. I don't know. No, I'm more of a football person when it comes to sports. When it comes to basketball, I really never cared about basketball much. So, but I know who the players are and who they matter. But the players I follow are the ones back in the day when Magic Johnson was around. Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, what's his name, Byron Allen. Is it Byron Allen? I think it's not Byron Allen. Byron Scott. I'm sorry. Forgive me for saying Byron Allen. Byron Scott. Derek Fisher. Y'all know he was involved in a really, really bad accident in his Escalade. The marks from it. That dude was driving drunk, overturned his truck, ran it up on the side of the freeway, turned over. He is beyond blessed to be walking today, much less being alive. Derek Fisher. Who else? Nick Van Exel. Who else? Vlade Divac. Who else? When Shaq was on the team. Who else? Those are the ones that I know and I remember. Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones is a basketball player, isn't he? I think Eddie. Well, I'm the Jones I'm thinking of. The Eddie Jones. Maybe I have it wrong or so, but I'm thinking of somebody else. But the funny thing is this: I know a lot of the Lakers, but I don't know any. The only football player I really, really know, I met him in person. I got a picture when I took the picture of him when I met him in St. Louis. Ray Lewis. When my former boss told me that we were going to this special event that Ray Lewis was putting on, I had to go and I had to meet him and I had to get the picture, and I got the picture. I got a picture shaking hands with Ray Lewis. I wasn't dressed the way I wanted to be dressed, but I said, nah, gotta meet the man. Do I have it in my phone? I don't think I have that picture in the phone. Let's see if I'm gonna look and see if I got that picture in the phone. I should have it in the phone. Let me see. I think I could show y'all. I'm not really a starstruck kind of person, but hey, when you meet someone of note who's done more than you have, it's always special to have, mementos and pictures or so. And you don't get to meet that many celebrities, but when you do, I'm like, hey, it's cool. You see a person who makes the time to shake your hand, have a few moments with you, just to talk and say hello. It's like, wow, it was really cool. It was a great moment. It was a nice moment for me anyway. Um, Let me see. I I gotta have that picture in there somewhere. Uh, mm, this is a lot. I tell you what, I will look for the picture and I will find it. I will mark it appropriately, and in my next live stream, I will show it to you. I got 6,514 pictures in my other iPhone. I'm not gonna look at all those pictures to find it, but I know I have that picture because that's one of my most important pictures of my whole life. So I got that one. Wilt Chamberlain, that's right. Wilt Chamberlain. He is by many experts in the field, Wilt Chamberlain is considered the best basketball player of all time. He is. So there you go. Better than Michael Jordan. Okay, even if you have a job, Uber is still great on the weekends to put cash in your pocket. You know, Joe, when I'm done with rideshare, I will be done with rideshare. They've gotten what they can out of me. Um, I I have I have major disagreements with rideshare when it comes down to it. Rideshare does not want to do anything regarding these underage riders getting in our cars. I'll tell you one thing that's really motivating me in a very strong way to get away from rideshare, and that is how the situation with the underage riders is going. Um, oh, your personal hero is Tony Gwynn. Well, I got a little. Should I say this or not? I'll say it. My mom and his mom are best friends. Believe it or not, I don't talk about that at all, but it's the truth. They are. And when I was a kid, I got an autographed baseball from him, and I ended up losing that baseball um, in my storage stuff. So if someone has my autographed baseball from Tony Gwynn, he passes away, they got a very valuable memento. Mike K, you got deactivated for no reason. I'm just dumbfounded. Call support and they don't know of any reason for my deactivation. They appreciate my patience while they investigate. Did they have you snap a picture of your face? And then it said that you weren't who you said you were? Because that could be the reason why you were deactivated. They with Uber, that's what they're doing now. If you are off the app for a certain amount of time, or if you are you going in and out, on and off. Okay. Oh man, now that I didn't know. That shows how much I know. Oh man. You know what? You are absolutely right. And I forgot all about it. My mind is going. But wow. Well, shoot. I never got the chance to meet him. It would have been nice to have met him. But I did have the baseball from him. But yeah, his mom and my mom, they're good friends. They're best friends. I met her once. I met her once. My mom, we were going to church, and I met her, and they talked real briefly and then went away or so. And I think my mom and his mom, they worked together. They worked together. But yeah, wow. I'm I have had to have heard that news. Um, and I probably thought about it at the time, and then I just went on with my life and went from there. In 8 minutes, I will be 2 hours into the stream. So yeah, I think he did have cancer. I wish I had my other phone. I could research it and to see. 4.97 rating with 2% cancellation rate. Um, what the unfortunate thing about the deactivation is? Um, yeah, Emmett Smith. That's someone I would like to meet. Emmett Smith. He seems like a really cool guy. The thing about Uber is this: when it comes to your activation, when it comes to your deactivation, they know why you were deactivated. They just don't want to tell you. For them to go in and say, "Oh, we don't know why you were deactivated," the reason why they told you that is because they wanted to get you off the phone, because they didn't want to deal with having a bad conversation with you. And so they decided to tell you we don't know why. The people who are on the phone at support, that information will not be divulged to them because they do not have a need to know. But no, they know exactly why you were deactivated. It would be irresponsible for them to not have a reason for why you were deactivated. I'm gonna look up and see. So I wouldn't buy that for a second. Yeah, there he is. Okay, so he passed away in 2014. Man, he was huge in his last days. Let's see. Poway, California. He's only 54 years old. That's why I didn't. Let me see. Let me get down to what happened. Oh, okay. He passed away from salivary gland cancer in 2014. Wow, that's deep. Yeah, so you were right. You were right. Okay. Well, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. I do. Oh man, it would have been great to have met him in person. Let's see. Yeah, throat cancer, you're right. Okay, to Mike. Got flagged last weekend for improper app use. They took half my Quest money right as it hit my number. I sent an email and they said it was reviewed by a human and they made a mistake. Improper app use. I wonder what that is. That's something. Salivary gland tumor. I spoke with him and said, yeah, I know who Emmitt Smith is. Remember, I'm a football guy, so he's one of the big ones. Um, yeah, he did pass away. Man, I'm so sorry. I let it slip my mind, but it would have been great to have met him. But yeah, I did have a baseball from him. You just asked the question. I think my mom asked me, says, "Hey, you want a baseball from Tony Gwynn?" I'm like, "Who's Tony Gwynn?" "Oh, he's a big baseball player." Okay, that's it. A few days later, I had a baseball. It was me and my sister. We got baseballs, and then So my baseball was cool because what I did was I took the baseball and I put it in this special plastic container with the lid on it. So it was protected and it sat on top of my desk. And all through my junior high years, all the way through through high school, it sat on my desk all the time. My sister, she took her baseball and one day she sprayed Formula 409 on it and wiped it off thinking she's cleaning her ball. And I'm like, are you crazy? Do you know how much that ball is worth? And you just cleaned it like any old ordinary ball, and the signature was gone just like that. I protected my ball. That ball was special. I did not touch that ball. I kept it from the elements and everything. And then one day I went and I put it in storage, and then I lost all my stuff in storage. And you talk about sad. I lost a lot in storage that first go around. I lost my Army uniform. I lost my first yearbook with signatures that can never be replicated. I lost all kinds of awards I'd gotten in school. I lost my senior sweater because instead of getting a jacket, I got a sweater. What did you do in the Army? I was in this thing called military intelligence (MI). I was a radar operator. First, they sent me to school to be an equipment repair person. So they sent me to do. My job was to go out into the field and fix this electronic equipment in the field, radar equipment. It was very specialized, and you had to be really smart to get the job. They didn't give it to just anybody, and I qualified for it. And they said, hey, rather than going to infantry or going to supply, you can go to school and you can be a computer technician. Because I wanted to be a computer engineer. I wanted to be a computer programmer. But they told me that those classes were filled for the next 3 years, and they had no space for me. But they said, hey, your test scores show that you would do real good repairing it, and we have a critical need for people to repair the stuff in the field. And they required me to go to class for a whole year in the Army. Just get up in the morning, go to class for 6 hours, and then done. For 50, my school was 54 weeks long. And I did not do the work. I was lazy. And so they sent me to the operations class instead, and that was simple. That was really easy. And I whizzed through that in 8 months. And then they promptly sent me back to California. I'm like, I don't want to go to California. I want to go overseas and see Germany and the Autobahn and all. But I was just a reservist. I wasn't active duty. And so that was that. The Army was a disappointment for me. It really was, because I didn't get to do a lot of stuff. But I tell you, being in reserve was actually probably my saving grace, because I didn't go to Desert Storm. A lot of people came back from Desert Storm in a casket, or maimed, or crazy, or disillusioned. And none of that happened to me. I came back to LA and I got a job, and I did good for 14 years working for the city of LA. So let me see. It's a ghost chase. No negative feedback. No tickets. Background clear. This is BS. Supervisor from support is dumbfounded. Yeah, it is BS, Mike. It's complete BS. So they thank me for being a highly rated diamond driver, but won't tell me what triggered the improper use app flag. I hope it works out for you, and now fear that's in my future. Yeah, yeah. I went to the Padres games in the '80s in the Qualcomm Stadium. Oh yeah. Let me see. Wasn't hitting that number, but close. What did you do for the Army? Okay, answered that one. Doing about 1,500 a week. To campaign, what BS they told you? I'm still waiting for a response. Okay, 409% of and count was going on tips on surges. Getting to understand where they got my. I feel they were just trying to slap me down. Yeah, and see, you know what's gonna happen with Uber and Lyft. When I read reports like from Mr. Cut and Paste and from Mr. Mike K, um, the company is slowly but surely going to go out of business. And the reason why is because one driver at a time, they're being eroded. The company is eroding the drivers away. Drivers who have been with the company for a while, people who are devoted, people who care about this thing, they are the ones that are going to get hurt. And what's going to happen is people are going to start hearing stories about how drivers are ultimately being used, disrespected, and used. Um, you know, the company doesn't have the decency to at least tell you why you were deactivated. They know why you were deactivated, but they're going to give a reason saying, oh, we don't know why. We have to investigate it. Why do you have to investigate it? So, no. Mm-mm. No, the companies, they're gonna because the thing is, ultimately you're gonna have too many people who just won't want to do the work anymore when it comes down to it. And you know, people are gonna get tired of feeling used, they're gonna get tired of feeling abused. And it doesn't make sense that you see, here's the thing, it doesn't make sense that you have a driver who has a rating of 4.97, a cancellation rate below 2%, who's done thousands of rides, and they just let you go. It doesn't make sense. So, you know, we'll see. You know, Uber is a worldwide company, so they can exploit drivers in other countries. But I think what's going to happen in America is Uber is ultimately going to suffer in America, because the word is simply going to get out that they don't know how to treat their people, and people are going to be reluctant to want to do this job. So, you know, that's it. They're gonna look at it for what it is. It's a low paying job, and the drivers are not appropriately respected. And when you look and you say, okay, well, how long does it take to make $100? You know, it takes me 10 hours to make $100, and that's before you factor in the cost of gas. Which, granted, it doesn't really cost that much now. I mean, I can put $10 in this Prius, and that literally will take me all day. And that's paying $3.50 a gallon for that $10 of gas. I can do, like right now, I've got 3 bars in this car, and I got 92 miles of range in the vehicle. If I needed to, I could make another $50 with this, with what I have in the car right now. I could. So I'm using it. I'm using Uber and Lyft for what it's worth right now, just to make the money necessary to help me keep this car, so that I can move on from it. Because I'm ready to move on. I really am. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I'm still a professional driver, and I do what I need to do to make it. But I'm gonna tell you something. I am not naive. I am not, and my head is not in the clouds or in the sand. And I realize that I can be deactivated for any number of reasons. My hope is that if that happens, I know why, but no. I can tell you my account has been suspended. How many times has my account been suspended? 2 times for sure, maybe 3 times. And each time I was able to basically get my account re-enabled the same day when something happened. Like I think one time my account was deactivated after I reported an under I keep saying that, you're not supposed to say it. I had an unaccompanied minor, and I reported it saying, hey, this person was an unaccompanied minor. And what happened was the company deactivated me for reporting an unaccompanied minor. And it's like, well, they gave me the 5th degree about it. I'm like, well, look, this person contacted me on a Friday night. It was 11:30. 3 other cars had turned down this person, and they really needed to get home. And it happened around the time when that young lady was killed. And it's like, okay, this child needs to get home. I'm fingerprinted. I'm in the state and federal databases. I'm a former bus operator. I know nothing bad's going to happen in the vehicle. And plus, I had my dash cam at the time. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do what's necessary for the welfare of this person, because I'm in a position to do something about it, and I'll deal with the legal ramifications if necessary. And so I got her home safely, and then I called Uber. I told them what had happened, and they deactivated my account. And you talk about your heart fall onto the street, and 15 tractor trailer runs over your heart. It was the lowest feeling in the world. I'm like, I'm trying to do the right thing here, and you guys punish me. It is not a good feeling at all. Another time my account was deactivated because the insurance, that's what it was. It was my insurance had expired on the vehicle, but it wasn't my car. It was in 2 cases, so it was 3 times. And in the other 2 times, it was because of the insurance that the partner had on the car. It had expired. The first one was when I had the Suburban, not the Yukon, but the Suburban. I had a 2012 Suburban, and that was Brutus. So it was October 2016. It was Halloween 2016. And on October 27th, I went to turn on the app to start driving, and it said unable to log on. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? And you know how that's the horrible screen looks, you can't log in. And so I went over and looked, and come to find out that the insurance certificate had expired. And it took me 3 weeks to get that cleared up. But by the time that was done, I had I have moved on and gotten into the BMW. So so um so that was the first time. And then the second time was when I had a similar situation with the BMW. The insurance certificate had expired with the partners on the BMW, but that was a mix up that had happened on Uber side because the partners had changed the insurance policy, and Uber had invalidated the insurance but didn't update the account. And so I'm on trying to, get online so I can start driving, and it wouldn't let me in the account. And it was like, what's going on? And it took 4 days to fix that. Ugh. But yeah, so but to have your account down for any reason, and then the other times it was deactivated was like little stuff, like when I switched over to this Prius, and I went to reactivate this account to start using this car. I actually had to go through a background check again because I had been off the platform. I believe you have to drive at least one time every 60 days in order to keep your account alive. But from what I understand now, Uber and Lyft, they do continuous background checks on you. Um, and they'll anything happens, they'll shut you off now, and they go all the way back for life now. Before, it was just when I first started, I think they were doing 5 years or 7 years, and then they gradually started increasing the amount of time they look back on you, and now they both just said, look, we go back from birth. and they look at everything, and you're hearing all these stories left and right of drivers that they effectively used all this time, and now they blocked them from the platform. Why? Because you had drivers who have been doing bad things with these riders, and it's affected a lot of people who otherwise had no incident with their rides. But a lot of people got swept up under under that prohibition. So it's unfortunate. It really is. Let me see. You want to be a part of a class action suit, Ulancy? All seven spirits are coming. Sure, I'll be a part of a class action lawsuit because, I think I filed something for the back wages. I was sent something about that or so. But send me more information about it. My email address is ridewithpeterson@gmail.com. I'll review what you have to say on the whole thing, and if it makes sense to me, I'll put my name on it. Why not? So look, at the end of the day, you know what? This is how I look at it. It's about business. It's business is what it is. And the fact is, we're independent contractors, and there are so many things about this whole deal that basically says no. I mean, just because we agree to it doesn't mean it's right, or even that it's legal. You look at some of the things that they're doing, and some of the things they say. Yeah, Jordan. Yes, I am. How you doing, by the way? Yes, I'm still looking into getting into security work. I need to raise the money so I can pay for the 8 hour for the 40-hour class. That's $200. But I'm looking to get into security work. Because I need to transition away from rideshare. But yeah, because right now that's the first line of defense to start the income going, and then to go from there. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward. Yeah, all seven spirits, I'm definitely interested. Send your information and let's talk about it and see. Cut pace, absolutely. It will be a race to the bottom of the barrel of drivers with nice, safe vehicles gone. then passengers are back in the taxi experience of unsafe cars and drivers that don't give a damn. Um, I mean, well, we'll see how that happens or so. But the bottom line is this: um, I think the companies' bottom line is they're not taking care of the drivers. They're not taking care of the people who are needed to make this work. Um, they have a very fascinating way of taking care of themselves. And see, the thing is, the drivers collectively are not asking for that much. When you consider the level of work that we're doing, the amount of professionalism that's put into the work, the amount of care that's put into the work, um, drivers aren't asking that much, and it's really hurtful when you have riders that say that 50 cents a minute is too much. That you know, it wasn't meant to be a full-time job. If rideshare wasn't meant to be a full-time job, what makes it such a great part-time job? My thing is this: if a job is great as a part-time job, it should be even better as a full-time job. But I'm tired of complaining about it. I really am. I want to move on. That's what I want to do. Let me see. Doing well. I got a job in the call center now doing tech support. Thanks for. Oh, that's good, man. That's really good. Okay. You have my phone number, but just in case I don't have it, you don't have it. Yeah, I need you to email it to me because what happened was I had to switch phones. I switched from one phone to another, and my contacts. So some numbers are coming up right, and some aren't. And because of the way my little setup is here, I have to actually manually input phone numbers. So and then I try to tell people, hey, don't just call me, send me a text message, and then we go from there. So yeah, definitely send me your information in the email, and we can go from there. Because I always get your email, that's for sure. Howdy, Mr. Peterson. What's New Year like? Say it ain't so. I heard drivers being deactivated to a system error from Uber, which is BS. I've heard that too. They had a recent software upgrade. They changed the app or something like that. Hey, I should log into my account and see what's going on. Um, because I've been focusing primarily on Lyft because I have the instant pay with Lyft. But we'll see. I'll check and see. Maybe hey, they could have deactivated me over a mistake, and I'm like, well, how did y'all do this? So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm looking for a job. And mainly the reason why I'm looking for a job, quite frankly, is because I need health insurance. My high blood pressure is high, and I need real medical intervention. When I read all the things that can happen to you because of high blood pressure, I'm looking at a multitude of problems because of high blood pressure. Higher stroke risk, kidney problems, heart disease. Um, it could accelerate the onset of diabetes, vision problems. Issues with your feet, issues with your hands. I mean, I got this really weird um, when I breathe in really hard, it feels like a knot on the left side of my chest. It's solid and steady. It doesn't go away. It doesn't hurt. It almost like a bone is pressing on a muscle, and it's just really really sore. Um, it's not painful, but I definitely notice it. But it's there. I got these headaches, so I'm worried about an aneurysm. Um, So I'm like, I have to, be concerned about these things. And quite frankly, the thing is this, I did the health insurance deal, going on Stride and looking to see what policies are. A health insurance policy for me is $576 a month for health insurance, and I have to look at it, and I have to look at it like this. Right now, I'm living in my car, and I don't make enough money to get an apartment. And if I don't make enough money to get an apartment, I don't make enough money to get health insurance coverage. So I got to go to a job that provides health insurance. That's just how it is with me. So I can take care of myself. Um, but the companies don't. It doesn't. No matter how hard you work, it doesn't pay enough. I mean, and you consider, how long it takes to make the money. I know I can count on $100 a day from rideshare. No matter what day, I can count on $100 a day. I can't count on $200 a day. So that's the that's the unfortunate part. See, I looked at, if I were to be able to afford an apartment and health insurance and to reasonably keep up with a vehicle, I literally would have to make about $350 a day, 6 days a week, to pay for all of that, and of course pay for the taxes on the money I make as well too. And that's not happening. So I, part of the reason why I'm giving up rideshare is because financially I just can't do it anymore. I can't keep up with the financial demands of this work. The cost is simply too high, and it's not just the money you don't make and the money you go out, but it's all the other stuff that's going on. Um, so I had to sit down and face the facts. Hey, it's not working out. I need to go back to. I need to eliminate the daily expenses of what it takes to be a rideshare driver. Even when I get the job, I'll probably keep doing this for a little while. But see, that depends on if I have an adequate vehicle or not to do the rideshare. If I buy a vehicle for $2,500, I'm not gonna be able to. I'm not gonna have a vehicle to do this work. So it's like, hey, just stay on my job and keep doing my YouTube videos and go from there. Hey, thanks for that, Mike. I appreciate it. I'm fairly flexible with the job, Muhammad. I really am. Security, I'm okay with that. If I could get a driver job that doesn't require me to have a commercial license right now, that'd be cool. And then once I get my blood pressure taken care of, then I'll go on ahead and get a class A and work with that. But I gotta get the blood pressure under control first before I can go back into a driving position. And in order to get a job that requires a class A, I gotta have my medical certification with the DMV first. Um, so it's a catch-22 with that. Um, and I got to find out why my blood pressure is high. I could have a bunch of blood clots and I don't know about it. I could have I could have I could have one of two types of heart failure and I don't know about it. And those things need to be treated or worked on before I can get the job, before I can get the certification to get my commercial license reinstated. Once I get my commercial license reinstated, getting a driver job won't be a problem. Um, uh, but I'm thinking right now the easiest thing for me to do is just go into security and do that. Uh, Okay, yeah, it's an uphill battle and financially draining no matter how you cut it. That's right, Jordan, it is. It really is. So, let me see. The Viagra prescription would be cheaper too. That part of my life is over with, Jordan. I had my fun in my 20s and 30s, but no, I don't, and I've never really needed Viagra. But Viagra is great for reducing blood pressure. Believe it or not, Viagra was discovered because they were looking for a new type of blood pressure medication. So so that's that. I get moving on. If you want to move to Colorado, a great organization to work for is Via Mobility. Starts at 16 an hour, no CDL with full benefits, driving cars, mobility vans and small buses. Wow, Colorado. Where in Colorado? Are you talking about Denver or some other city in Colorado? I've never been to Colorado. I don't know anybody in Colorado. I don't know. I'm serious. I don't know a single person in Colorado. That's what I was recommending it for. For seniors and the disabled, very rewarding. Huh. That sounds good. That's what I was recommending it for. Oh, I hear you. I hear you, Jordan. I got you. Yeah, I've heard that. You know, they do have a Boulder and Longmont. Okay. The only thing about moving to Colorado is I would either A, need my own transportation so I could live in the car, or B, I would need a place to live. I go apply for the job, get the job, and then go from there. I'd be willing to move to Colorado. Colorado seems like a really cool place. High altitude, but I have no problem with that. Cold weather, I just get a nice good coat. I'm okay. I didn't either when I moved here 20 years ago. People are very friendly. Yeah, I'm not worried about moving there and not knowing anyone. In fact, I think I'd be happy moving to a place where I don't know anybody. Um, but my main concern is where would I live? Because see, here's the deal. Let's say I do go out there and I get the job. Um, I would I would I would I would probably be I would it would take me about 6 to 8 months to save up enough money to actually move into an apartment. So I'd have to worry about that. So, well, yeah, Colorado is not a cheap state to live in, but it's more affordable than Los Angeles is. That I know that for a fact. Um, so, but it's fascinating. It really is. And yeah, I think it would be nicer to live up there too. It would be really cool. Um, Goodness gracious, me and this burping. Let's see. Let me see. Especially with it being so cold there, it'd be hard to live in a car. Yeah, well, that is true. I would say that. Yeah, if there's anything you can send me on that cut and paste, I'd appreciate it. Email me, ridewithpeterson@gmail.com. That would be great. I can learn something about it. Via mobility, I can remember that. Via mobility in Colorado, I can remember that. It gives up 2 years. Hey, Elgin, I'm sorry I said it wrong, but I know you're 1976. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I really do. It gives up since 2 years ago. Lyft and Uber doesn't pay much for my financial needs. It really doesn't. They really don't. Thanks, Mike K. I appreciate that. Let's see. Mr. Peterson. So the new year. Say hey, so. Hey, Richie. Okay. Let me see. Uh, Let me see. Let's see. Longmont, Frederick, Loveland are cheaper, and the Uber work Thursday through Sunday is $200 a night. Well, you know what? It's $200 a night on those days also. I mean, part of the reason why I'm sticking with you guys tonight, you know, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the slowest, the slowest the slowest days in rideshare, and I'm like, yeah, if I'm gonna do a live stream, I might as well do it today tonight. Nothing much is happening. So I made enough money to buy the Raising Canes, and I got enough money to put some gas in the car to do this whole thing again tomorrow. So that's where I am right now. Man, I am looking really tired right now. I'm gonna knock this out in about 4 more minutes, people, because I am getting sleepy and I want to be able to drive so I can go to sleep. Um, any more questions or statements or just hellos? Anyone out there? I got 28 people on the live stream right now, and I might have to give up this 30-minute rule I'm trying to impose on myself here, because I said, you know what, you might as well stick 130 minutes on there and then add another 20 on top of that, because that's what it looks like I'm doing for these live streams right now. So any final comments, any final words people want to say or whatnot? You know, oh, I'll say this. As you all know, General Motors has finally released the T1 versions of their SUVs. The Chevy Tahoe, the Chevy Suburban, the GMC Yukon, and the Cadillac Escalade. They finally released them. It's about time. And I will tell you, of the trio, the one that I'm impressed with the most is the GMC Yukon Denali. That is the one I'm impressed with the most. It looks the best. I like the interior the most, and I think that GM is going to sell a ton of them out the door. I am very disappointed with the Escalade. I do like the way the rear tail lights look. When they, they have this one video where the tail light opens, and what happens is the yellow turn signals, they flash twice. The lights go down, and then it lights up, and then the white light comes on. It looks so cool. And when I saw it, I'm like, whoa, because it looks nice. But the side profile is disappointing. The wheels are very disappointing, even though they come standard with 22-inch wheels across the board on all Escalades. The wheels look very plain compared to what they were like for what we have now for the 2020 Escalade. The 2021 Escalade wheels are very plain looking. The front end of the Escalade, it looks more like a rejected Suburban front end. And what they did was they simplified it because they wanted to maintain the vertical LED pipes for the heritage of Cadillac. The Suburban looks much better. When I saw the Suburban, I was immediately impressed with the look of the new Suburban. Everything about it is just top notch. They did a great job with the Suburban, and General Motors will have no problem selling the Suburban. They'll have no problem selling the new Tahoe. They'll have no problem selling the new GMC Yukons. The big bold chrome grille, and the C shape for the lights, and how the interior is done. It's just fabulous. I am impressed with the unique dashboards on they have 4 different dashboards available for this car. You know, they have one version for the Suburban. They have one version for the Yukon. They have one version for the Yukon XL, for the Yukon Denali, and then they have the ultra wide OLED display for the Escalade. But you know, the funny thing is this: you can get a fully loaded Suburban for the price of a base model Escalade. And I think the only thing that they will really offer on the Escalade that will make people want to consider the Escalade, um, really, if you look at what's offered in the current version, there's only 2 options that you can't get in the Suburban that you have to get an Escalade to get, and that is the refrigerated cool box and the AKG audio system. Now, AKG, this is their first entry into the automotive space, and General Motors, they have it. I never heard of AKG until Cadillac mentioned it. And one thing about the premium automotive space, General Motors, at least in that regard, they've got some people in there that's making the right decisions. You know, Bose has been with General Motors for a long time. They've been with, in fact, General Motors started this thing with premium audio systems all the way back in 1984 with the Bose sound system in the 1984 Corvette. That is the beginning of premium audio in luxury cars. And then they put a premium audio system in the 1989 Cadillac Seville STS, which is a really nice sound system back then. And then, you know, they go on all the time. So for Cadillac to move away from Bose and to go to AKG is a very big deal. I've never heard of the company, but they've been around longer than just about anybody. The company, from what I read, was established in 1947 in Austria, and they work primarily with professional grade equipment. I can't wait to hear the sound system. It's 36 speakers, and the front seats have the speakers mounted in the seats. And it's just the name alone. It's supposed to redefine the segment in premium car audio. I can't wait to listen to it, see what it's like. But I think whatever Bose puts in the Suburban and whatever they put in the Yukon will do the job just fine. But then, I don't know. It may not be audiophile quality. They may have, Bose may have given General Motors a yes, 36 speakers. Bose may have given General Motors they say, hey, you know what? They went ahead and put the Panerai system in the new Escalade, because Panerai is in the CT6. I found the Panerai system to be a disappointment. It sounds great with the demo discs that Bose provides, but when I put my music in, I really didn't want to listen to the sound system anymore. It was not as engaging as I hoped it would be. Now, Panerai uses 34 speakers in the system, and the specifications are quite impressive in the amount of work they put into it. And Bose used professional grade materials to create that sound system in the CT6. But when it comes to just playing, the high fidelity digital masters that Apple sells on the iTunes music store, I'm like, okay, it's stereo sound. It didn't cut it for me. Now, here's the interesting thing about the AKG system, and this is what I was trying to get to. AKG is part of the Harman family of sound systems, of audio brands that they have. And see, here's where it gets really interesting, because almost every brand that Harman sells is in one car manufacturer or another. For example, and this is where the market is getting to when it comes to premium audio sound in luxury cars, because now premium audio is as important as aniline leather and air suspensions, because that's what the market is going towards. It's not a real luxury car unless it has aniline leather swathed all over the interior, and it has an air suspension, because you see even Cadillac is on board with a four-corner air suspension, and they had to do it because Mercedes-Benz has a GLS. BMW has Bowers and Wilkins, and that's their exclusive brand for their luxury systems. For a while, Rolls-Royce had Lexicon, but then Lexicon went over to Hyundai, and I think Hyundai is using Lexicon with Genesis, but I might be wrong on that. But I know Hyundai has Lexicon. Lincoln has Revel. Acura has Krell and ELS. Let me see. Ford, for a short amount of time, had Sony. General Motors has Bose, but Buick has Harman Kardon, but that was in the LaCrosse. I don't know if they're using Harman Kardon anymore. BMW uses Harman Kardon for all their other vehicles, but for the 7 Series, they use Bowers and Wilkins. Cadillac now has AKG. Mercedes-Benz has Burmester. Audi, I forgot who Audi is using. I think Land Rover, they're using B&O, Bang & Olufsen, I believe how you say the last one. In other words, each brand has their own unique brand. Oh, I forgot. Lexus has Mark Levinson. Yeah, and what they're doing is they're using these distinct brands. Like, for example, you can only get Mark Levinson with Lexus. That's it. You can only get AKG with Cadillac. That's it. You can only get Revel with Lincoln. That's it. You can't get it with any other brand. But here's the interesting thing. All these companies are owned by Harman. And Harman is owned by Samsung. They were sold Samsung bought Harman a few years ago. Now, there are a few notable exceptions. ELS is not owned by Harman. I don't think Krell is part of it. In fact, let me just look it up right now so I can get my facts right. But here's the interesting thing. I went and listened to the Mark Levinson Quantum Logic sound system in the current Lexus LS 500. And I tell you, the Mark Levinson audio system in the Lexus LS 460 was one of the best sound systems I ever heard in my life. I sat in that car for 2 hours at the auto show because it was so good, because I wanted to listen to all my music. Let me see. I'm sorry if you were trying to get my attention. I had you on mute because I was talking to you. It's fine. There's no thing. I get it. Look, I'm babbling right now. I'm talking about my car audio system stuff. Oh, and by the way, Journey. Yes, the AKG system, 36 speakers, but Bose had the record before that with 34 speakers with the what's it called? They have the Bose Panerai system in the Cadillac CT6. It had 34 speakers. So this AKG system has 36 speakers in it. Let me see. HARMAN. MAN. Let me see what okay. Okay, so here we go. Harman International. So I'll tell you what it is. Yeah, so it is a subsidiary of Samsung Electronics. They're an independent subsidiary. Okay. So here are all the audio brands that's owned by Harman, okay? You have Harman Kardon, which is primarily in BMWs. You have Becker. Beckers were in Mercedes-Benz back in the day, back in the 80s and the very early 90s before they started working with Bose, and then Mercedes went to Harman Kardon, and then they're using now in the Mercedes you have Burmester. Burmester is completely independent and they're German, and the Burmester system was okay. I had very high hopes for the Burmester, but it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. The speaker grills look nice, but it wasn't there. Okay, so you have Harman Kardon, Becker, JBL, Bang & Olufsen. I didn't know they owned Bang & Olufsen. Crown, DBX, Digitech, Martin, AKG, AMX, Lexicon, Infinity. I didn't know they owned Infinity. Mark Levinson, Revel, Arcam, Studer, Soundcraft, and BSS Audio. Wow. This is something. All of these brands is owned by Harman. And you know, the thing is, when it comes down to it, I can tell you this based on what I've heard. The Harman Kardon systems are pretty good. You get a Harman Kardon, for the most part, it's okay. Now, they're not tuned as nice in Mercedes-Benz's, but BMW gets it right for the most part. Beckers are old school. I don't know of any cars that are using Beckers in the United States. JBL is mostly with Toyota, and they sound all right. They're a little muddy on the mid-range. The treble isn't as crisp as it could be, and the bass is, you know, so-so, but it does the job. JBL sound a little better than Bose. Bang & Olufsen, they do pretty good. I think B&O is mostly in Audis now, but I have to look into that and make sure. Crown, I never heard of Crown until now. DBX is mostly professional grade stuff. I don't know what their stuff sounds like, but I've seen the logo. Digitech, I never heard of Digitech until now, and quite frankly, Digitech doesn't sound too fancy to me. Martin, see what Martin's about, because I know about Martin Logan, but I don't know about Martin. AKG, just heard about AKG, but hey, the logo looks nice, the speaker grills look good, and they made a big fuss about it, so I'm excited about AKG. AMX, when I see AMX, I think about the American Motors car AMX, so we'll see how that's going. Lexicon was first introduced in Rolls-Royce for their cars, and then Hyundai took them over. The Lexicon sound system in the Genesis G80 or in the Hyundai Genesis is a top-notch system. I love it. It sounds great. It could use a little more punch, but for the most part, it does the job. Infinity, when I had my 91 Acura Integra LS Special, I had it laid out with Infinity speakers. I had a 3-way speakers in the shock towers in the rear, and I had a 2-way component speaker up in the front. So I had a full range in the bottom, a crossover connected to the tweeters. And I love my Infinity sound system. It was great. I had it. I think I had a JVC head unit up front. No, it was a Pioneer head unit up front. And I loved it. My custom sound system was great. So it was cool. Mark Levinson with Lexus. The first year Mark Levinson came out with Lexus was when they introduced the 2001 Lexus LS430, and it was a great sound system except for the bass. The bass was just a little too hollow because of the way the subwoofer was done. Those problems were fixed when Lexus came out with the Mark Levinson reference surround system in 2007. And then they improved the system for 2013, and by far it was one of the best. At that time it was the best factory installed car system you could get in the if you get a 2013 through 2017 LS460, you got to get the Mark Levinson in that car. It is phenomenal. But this quantum logic system they have in the 2018 and forward LS500, no. Um, the Revel sound system is in Lincoln, and from what I heard of the Revel sound system, it's junk. It does not sound good at all. I was very disappointed in the Revel sound system in the Lincolns. Either that or I just didn't have good audio settings, but I always tinker around with the audio systems. And then the other two, Arcam, Studer, Soundcraft, I never heard of them before. So that's that's that. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at what General Motors is doing with their SUVs, they these trucks had to come out the way they did because they're getting intense competition from the Germans, and even Ford is stepping it up. So they did a really good job. It'll be interesting to see what happens with their trucks when they finally do come on the market later this year. But the Cadillac Escalade, I think it's a little bit of a disappointment. I just think the lesser models will actually do better because they represent a greater value than what you're going to get from Cadillac. That's just my opinion. I would love for General Motors to create an SUV on the Omega platform that's currently used in the CT6. I think they would have a world-class SUV if they built something, a unibody SUV, to compete truly directly with the Mercedes GLS and the BMW X7 and the Audi Q7. But General Motors is going to be content with using the short wheelbase Escalade to compete on that end. I'm curious to see how the vehicle will actually drive, because General Motors has done something I never thought they would have done with the trucks. They put an independent rear suspension on that truck, and they put a 4-corner air suspension on it as well too. And if there's one thing General Motors knows how to get right, they know how to get ride dynamics right. It's just that the vehicle is body on frame, so it may not ride as tight as the Mercedes GLS and the BMW X7 will, but judging by how the current trucks ride, I think GM got it right. But I think they will nail it perfectly if they make an SUV on that Omega platform, because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the right ride quality in the luxury class, people don't talk about it that much because the car is ignored. But when I think about my experience with the BMW 7 Series, with the current W222 S Class, with the last generation Audi A8, I never rode in a Jaguar before, but when I test drove that CT6, the ride is perfect in the CT6. They got it. They got it nailed down perfectly. It's comfortable. It's firm. the structure of the vehicle is solid. If they created an SUV with that Omega platform, they would have one of the best handling, best riding SUVs on the market. They haven't said anything about it, but it's kind of weird because they have the elements, right. They have a they've got the platform. They got the 3-liter twin turbo V6 400 horsepower. They've got the twin turbo 4.2 V8 Blackwing 500 horsepower, 550 horsepower. They could easily create an SUV that could compete with the BMW X7 40i, the X7 50i, the Mercedes-Benz GLS 450, the GLS 550, and the AMG GLS 63. They could do it. The question is, will they do it? They may not want to do it because they may not want to take away sales from the Escalade. But if GM did that, that'd be a shock. It would be. But I'll tell you this: I think the truck would look proper. That's for sure. I think the truck would be hot if they came out with it. But I'm not going to hold my breath for that because hey, they're not going to build the what's that thing called? What is that thing called? You know, the concept vehicle they came out with, the Escala. That's it. They're not going to build the Escala. They gave us the CT5 instead, which is a joke, and they're not going to. So it's like, hey, I want to see if they made this, because I read somewhere they said they approved the CT8 for production, but then who knows? Cadillac CT8. Let's see. Who knows? First they say it's coming, it's happening, then it's canceled. Everything I'm getting here is old stuff, so it was supposed to come out in 20. They said they canceled it due to the market shift in SUVs, but then, who knows? Okay, well, it's back in 2016 though, so who knows? They're probably not going to make it. It's a sedan. People are not buying sedans anymore. Then they're saying here, Cadillac Escala reportedly to enter production in 2021 as a new, let's see, Autoblog. They're saying it's entering production. Okay, I'm reading an Autoblog here. They're saying Cadillac is reportedly planning a new flagship four-door, and it won't be based on its alphanumeric naming system, a la the CT6. It'll be the Escala, the stunning concept fastback. It was revealed in 2016 in Pebble Beach. So they're saying this planned production is December of 2021. And it will be built at the Detroit Hamtramck plant, which currently builds the CT6, Buick LaCrosse, the Volt, and the Impala, which are now all out of production. It suggests the Escala, which is branded as a four-door coupe, will likely keep that layout. It will also be built on the CT6 platform. You know what I think General Motors is going to do with the Escala? If they do it, I think what they're going to do is they're going to make it electric. because you know General Motors is trying to push out all these new electric cars, and considering the success of the whatchamacallit, the Porsche Panamera, I mean not the Panamera, I'm sorry, the Taycan, and how successful that car has been, because I believe the first year of production is sold out, and that's after they increased production numbers for the first year. Um, I think what they're going to do is the Escala, they're going to make that car electric, and that's what's going to get people interested in the vehicle. Um, and here's the interesting thing. This is why I believe it's going to be electric. GM is reviving the Hummer. It's coming back as the GMC Hummer, and the Hummer will be electric, and it will be built at the Detroit Hamtramck Park, Hamtramck factory. So if General Motors is switching that plant to all electric, that means everything coming out of that plant will be electric. They're building the Escala at that electric plant. Those two cars, the GMC Hummer and the Cadillac Escala, they're going to be electric, and that's what I think is going to happen. And that'd be hot if that's the case. That'd be interesting. Hopefully the car looks like the show car did, because the show car was fabulous. It was great. I would love to see the Buick Avenir also. That would be cool, but that's not coming. They ain't gonna do it. All right, y'all done heard enough. TV land in the house. All right, there we go. Go Donnie Com. Hey, what's up, man? I'm sorry I didn't see you a while there. I'm doing all right, man. Doing okay. Let me see. Okay, everybody. Anybody else got anything more to say to me? I got 27 people here. My goodness, this is awesome. I'm glad I can hold on to people like this. I know people come in and out and out and in and out, but still to see 27 people. Anybody else have anything special they want to say before I hang it up? It is 10:57. We're gonna wait 3 more minutes. Anybody has anything they want to say? Because after this, I'm gonna, because look, y'all see right now it's starting to hit me hard. Y'all probably gonna wait and see. Okay, am I gonna fall asleep or what? Is he gonna go back? Is he gonna recline? I'm like, you know what? This is what I do. I recline back like this. One day I might do a live stream like this where you guys see me all the way back this way. So, man, it's so fun hanging out with y'all like this. It really is. That's why I stick here so much. Okay, what you got to say, all 7 spirits? I know that, and it's good. It's okay to say you love somebody. Love is not a bad word. Everyone wants to treat it as a bad word, but it's not a bad word. You know, here's the sad thing about the world. It's something that I learned. We are loved for killing people, and we are killed for loving people. Think about it. Men are loved when they kill each other, and they are killed. Yeah, men are killed when they love each other, and they are loved when they kill each other. It's the greatest paradox I have ever figured out. It's so sad. It really is. You know, and you know, people are afraid, ashamed, scared to say I love you. Those 3 words are so difficult for people to say, to people to express to each other. And you know, it's what it is. It just shows you how powerful the mind is. So it takes a very strong, secure person to say I love you. It really does. Because so many people want to be loved, but not enough people say it and display it. Well, I appreciate that very much. I thank you very, very much for that. it is appreciated too, and that's why I am here, because I care very much for all of my people that are here. You know, in order for me to say I love you, I would need to actually meet you, see you, shake your hand, see you in your face, and go from there. So, but I get it. I need to have a real frame of reference than just the internet. But I truly do appreciate you spending your time here, because you could be doing something else right now. You don't have to be, even if you're speaking with someone else or doing something else or doing that. Your time could be spent somewhere else doing that. So thank you so much. All right, it is 11:01. I've went 1 minute over my time to log off. I know y'all want to see me stay on for another hour. It's not possible because I am exhausted here. So I'm gonna go ahead and hang it up. Look, tomorrow at 12 noon. Yeah, because I said I was gonna do it. Tomorrow at 12 noon, I'm gonna be doing another live stream. And that one I will have. Oh, great, this phone. I will have my trusty dusty timer here. So come on. There we go. So what will happen is I'll have my timer and I will have it displayed to 30 minutes. And actually, what will I do? Cancel. 1, 2. Here we go. So I have it right there. And then after that, I will start it. And we will talk for a good 30 minutes. So tomorrow at 12 noon Pacific time, I will do this thing. And in case y'all wanted to know how I got this started, this is how it begins. I set it to 0 hours, 30 minutes, and 2 seconds. And then I hit start. And then when it starts, I just hit pause. And it's getting an exact 30 minutes right there. And this is what it's going to look like. And the name of the segment, every Wednesday at 12 noon, I'm calling it the countdown. And so that's the segment. I got 2 segments: the countdown, which will be the live segments, and riding with will be the interview segments. And I have to call the food stuff something else. I'll call it something real cool. I might use a military term like chow time, and then put chow time and then do something else. So am I a believer in what? I believe lots of things. What am I a believer in what? You got to be specific with me. Specific and direct. That's what you got to be with me. So am I a believer? What do you need to know if I believe in something? What do I believe in? What am I believe of? What's the deal? Let me see. Great time management idea. It is a great idea. The catch is, will I actually do it? How you make enough money when you live stream for longer than 2 hours? Yes, All Spirit 7. Yes, I am a believer. Absolutely, I am. I've thought about that. In fact, today I think about it all the time. Uber drivers don't make that much to relax that long. Well, Max, let me break it down for you so you can understand my perspective on being a rideshare driver. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, I have paid my dues. Okay. Now, you may look at me and you may say, well, Peterson's not a real rideshare driver because he spends all of his time on live streams and talking, and he's not out there driving. One of the things I appreciate about, thank you so much. I appreciate that, all spirits. I appreciate that so much. One of my things is this. The rideshare companies continually tell us over and over and over again that we are independent contractors. It is up to us to determine how much money we generally want to make as a rideshare driver. Now, I'm the kind of person, I like working. I like working a lot. But if I'm not compensated well for what I do, I lose interest. And before long, I just don't want to do the work anymore. I want to move on and do something else. I have gotten to that point with rideshare. It is very discouraging for me to want to push myself hard on this work, on this job, knowing that after 12 hours of work, I won't have $200. If I knew I could push myself every single day and make $200 every single day, then I would do it. But here is the problem. I don't get that every day. Don't you think you would have been better off just working a W-2 job this whole time instead of making TNCs more money? No, and the reason why is because I was devastated when I was terminated. I was devastated when I was terminated as a bus operator. When I was a bus operator, I worked 14 hours a day every day. I poured 100% of myself into that job. And to ask me to go to another job to do that again, I couldn't do it. I needed to use rideshare so that I could heal emotionally from losing my job. It's just that simple. I was angry, I was bitter, I was hurt, I was disappointed. I had no confidence in my ability to be a good employee. And I needed rideshare to give me the flexibility I needed. So I know you're 100% serious about it. I've had enough people troll this thing. I know a troll when I see one or so like that. And your question is not a troll type of question. Your question is coming from a space of trying to you're trying to figure out my mentality when it comes to working versus doing this thing for rideshare. I wasn't ready to go back to a job. I just simply wasn't. I have no confidence in my ability to be a good employee. I needed to go through what I needed to go through so that I could regain some sense of that confidence. Um, I'm in a situation now where I really don't have much of a choice. I need to go back to a job because I need health insurance and I need to get my life back on track. Living in the car like this is not a cool thing. Can I do it? Yes, I can do it. But I can't do this for the next 5 years. I can probably tolerate this for another couple of years. But there comes a point where it says, okay, you know what? I've dealt with I did all I could with rideshare, and I'm not motivated to do the work anymore. I'm just not. I have to push myself through every ride, through every trip, through every day to produce the money necessary to make this work. I want to pour more money into more time, more effort, more resources into my YouTube channel. So, I drive now. The reason why I drive is because I need to make the money necessary to pay for this car, so I can keep it, because this car is my shelter. I lose this car, I've really lost. So, you know, I got to get over my issues just enough to make sure that this car is paid for, the cell phone is paid for, you know, and go from there. But your question is simple, but it's also complex. Um, do I consider myself working for the rideshare companies? No, not really. But the fact is, that's the agreement I signed with them. Um, I don't like how the drivers are being used in the way that they are being used. Um, you know, I think it's unfortunate that that the way this thing is going, drivers are being twisted and manipulated into thinking they're something that they really aren't. But I appreciate the relative freedom that I do have right now. You know, I like the fact that, you know, I can turn the app on and off as I see fit. I like the fact that I can run my mouth for 2.5 hours on a live stream on the internet. You know, I like the fact that I can make, you know, $20 in a couple of hours and then go to Raising Cane's and complain about the sauce isn't that good or whatnot. Those things will all go away when I go back to a job. But this all would be a lot easier to do if my compensation were adequate to pay for all of the things necessary to maintain this mode of living. Um, you know, now come Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll be working hard on those days because the rides come in. Um, so let me see. Let's see what Max Axe is talking about. Okay, TNC is a rigged scam. I am 100% serious with everything and not trolling. The problem is drivers don't think hard enough what it is they're doing, and your explanation for not working in the last few hours on a weekday night isn't bad. Well, my explanation for not working on a weekday night is my explanation. The fact of the matter is this. I started this live stream. What time did I start this live stream? Say I started this live stream at about 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock or so, like that. And I know what financial responsibilities I have to meet. I know what I need to do. But at the end of the day, I just didn't want to do it because I'm not motivated to do it, because I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm tired of getting $4 rides. I really am. You know, I'm like, you know what? I want to go to sleep, enjoy my rest, wake up in the morning, and try again. That's what I want to do. Um, okay, yeah, I started at 9:45. So yeah, just take 200 minutes and go backwards, and that's when I started the trip. I was looking for the receipt because that will tell me exactly what time I started, because I started this trip with with the time on this receipt. And see, I don't have the receipt in front of me, so I don't know when I started with the receipt. The receipt has the time on it when I truly did start. See, I don't have the receipt. So, oh, I have the receipt. Let's see. I kind of want to settle that question. That's the reason why I started at 8:02 p.m. I started at 8 o'clock because it took 2 minutes to get through the drive-through. So this live stream started at 8 o'clock. No, in other words, I'm doing what I want to do, and I like having that freedom. The only thing that's really been successful for me, to where I need to put more effort into it, is my YouTube channel. I need to put more effort into my YouTube channel. You say that I could be making more money. Here's the deal. The views that I get from my YouTube channel between now and the 28th, I will be compensated for that come late March when I get deposited for the money there. So this isn't for nothing. I have people that care about me on this channel. They sent me, from all I have is just this. So wait, you really don't have a home or apartment, just a car? That is 100% correct, Max. I lost everything. When I started rideshare on April 3rd, 2016, I had a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment that I lived in by myself. I paid all my utilities by myself. I paid my internet by myself. I had a 50-inch Sony TV. I had a queen size bed. I had a nice refrigerator, a full-size desk with all the computer stuff. And I had a parking space for my 2013 Chevy Cruze that was in my name, financed all to myself. $400 a month I was paying for that car. I had a really nice life as a bus operator. I was working all the time, but hey, I'm a single guy and I devoted my life to work because I don't have kids and I wasn't interested in a relationship, and I was doing great. And I lost my job. And progressively, I told myself, of the 3 things I had, my job, my car, and my apartment, I could lose 2 of the 3, but not all 3. So if I lost my job and my car, I would have been okay because I still had my apartment. If I lost my apartment and my job, I'd be okay because I still have the car. If I lost my job, if I lost my apartment and my car, I'd still be okay because I had my job. But first, I lost the car. And that hurt because I worked so incredibly hard to get that car. And for that car to be repoed the way it was, it hurt me. But it was okay. First I lost my job. And that, I was very upset, very bitter, but I said, you know what? I'll be okay. In a few years, I'll be able to look back on it as just a really bad memory. And that's what it is now, a really bad memory. So first I lost my job. Then I lost my car. Then I lost my apartment. The apartment really, really hurt. But I'm going to tell you, when it really, really, really cut like a knife, it got twisted and they pulled it out, was when I lost my stuff in storage. When I lost my stuff in storage, I truly lost everything. So, yeah, when you ask me what I have right now, this is what I have right now. I have nothing. This car that I'm in, this is a rented Toyota Prius. This car has, as I sit in it right now, this car has 219,676 miles on it. And I pay $175 a week to rent this car. I have to pay $175 a week to keep this car. And then on top of that, I got to make payments on the Yukon that I rented so I can pay that off so that I'm not sued. So this is where I am right now. Everything that I own on this planet has been reduced to 2 suitcases, a gym bag, and a large olive green plastic container. That's all I got. That represents everything that I have worked for the amount of time I've been on this planet. That's it. I lost everything else. Everything else is gone. I lost all my clothes. I lost important mementos. I lost a lot of financial paperwork. I lost a lot of things that matter to me. I had a new I had clothes that I had saved up money for 2 years. It took me just to get those shirts when I was a rideshare driver with the BMW, and I remember how hard it was for me to work to save up those shirts so I could buy those clothes to look good as I was doing Uber Black and Uber Lux. Gone. All of it's gone. Only clothes I have now, I've got 3 pairs of Levi's jeans I bought at Target. I've got 4 polo shirts, these cheap polo shirts I bought at Target, 3 white t-shirts, 4 boxer shorts, 4 sets of socks that are messed up, a old pair of Nikes that are about to fall apart on me. I got to replace them. So, everything that I worked for, at least over the last 10 years, everything I had at Metro, that didn't even happen. I had 8 practically brand new bus operator uniforms. Gone. Just hey. One month I didn't have the money to pay the rent on the storage. They locked me out of my storage unit and they started tacking on late fees on top of what the monthly fee was. And one day I looked up and they wanted $850 for me to get my stuff back. Oh, that's nothing. I can tell you about that. That's real simple. I'm sitting here now. I'm 21 minutes. Oh, what am I supposed to do? I was assaulted on board the bus. July 7th, 2015. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and I was assisting a gentleman on board the bus. He was a disabled guy, and he needed help getting on board the bus. And because I spent time assisting this gentleman who needed the bus, there was a person in a suit, mind you, who was angry that I helped this guy out. And he said, hey, if you don't hurry up and get this bus in service, I'm going to pepper spray everybody on board the bus. I realized that the man was going to pepper spray the bus. And so I stopped the bus. I opened the front door and I told the gentleman, I'm sorry, but you know what? You threaten the well-being of everybody on board this bus. I cannot continue in service while you're on board this bus. He got mad at me. He collected his stuff. He stepped off the bus. And then he turned around and he pepper sprayed me in the face. I went to the hospital. My cornea was scratched. And I got sent home for the day. The next morning at about 8 o'clock in the morning, I received this angry phone call from this lady at Metro. No. The next day at about maybe 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from my division, and they told me that I needed to see a Metro doctor before I could take the 2 days off from work that the emergency room doctor gave me. And I'm like, well, look, that doctor gave me 2 days off from work, and I can't be around people right now because I'm emotionally traumatized by what happened. Well, you have to come in. If you want to have your time off from work, you have to come in and get your get certified by our doctor. And so I pulled myself together as best as I could. I couldn't drive. I was a wreck. I could not drive. And so what happened was I got on the train, went all the way down to the division. They got one of the bus operators, put me in a company car, drove me to the company doctor. They examined me. They said, okay, your eye is definitely injured. We're going to put you on light duty. Went back to the division, got back on the train, came back home, expecting to enjoy my 2 days off from work. They called me early in the morning, about 8 o'clock in the morning. This lady from HR, she says, you need to get down here at light duty by 9 o'clock in the morning, or else. And I'm like, or else? That sounds like a threat. It sounds like they were going to try to fire me or something like that. And so I don't know how I did it, but I was able to throw on my uniform and I was able to get to Metro headquarters, and I literally got in the light duty place at 8:59 a.m. And for 2 weeks, I endured basically a lot of psychological pressure to go back to my division and start driving the bus again. Because when I got that first check on light duty, we were only paid for 80 hours of work. I had never seen a check for 80 hours at Metro my entire time there. As soon when I was part-time, I got paid for 36 hours a week because I worked the maximum. But when I went full-time, I was getting a minimum of 160 hours a week, a paycheck. So I went from 198 hours to 80 hours. Can you imagine losing 120 hours on a check? I'm looking at this 80-hour check and I'm like, how are people living on this money? As a bus operator, it made no sense. And so I I did what was necessary to go back to being active at Metro, because I was making no money, and I couldn't pay my rent, I couldn't pay my car payment. My life was falling apart financially because I had no money. Um, my landlord was cussing me out every other minute, literally. Um, it was a nightmare, and I'm working 28 days straight. I'm working so many hours. They're literally sending me home because I'm in violation of federal law at this point, and they're like, "We can't use you, Peterson. We know you want to work, but you got too many hours. You have to take a day off. We can't put you on this assignment. We can't use you here." Um. Anyway, what I did not know at the time, and what I was in strong denial about, and all my other coworkers are telling me, but I'm like, I feel fine. I'm cool. I'm all right. I was suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, post-traumatic stress disorder. Um, I was having outbursts. I was getting mad. At customers on the bus. I was reporting late to work. I felt fine, and I wasn't overly aggressive to people on the bus line, but still, I remember this one time, and this is when I realized I had a problem. There was this lady who got on board the bus, and she was a relatively negative person. But what she did was she would get on the bus and she would take her radio, and she would play the music right in my ear like this on purpose. I would tell her, I said, "Ma'am, your music is affecting me emotionally to drive the bus, and I need you to turn off the radio so I can focus on safely operating the bus." And what happened was she would turn it down, but then she turned it back up. Then she turned it down, and then she turned it up louder. Then she turned it down. But this final time, she got up, she blasted it full volume, and she literally put it right here in my face while I'm driving the bus. And I stopped the bus in the middle of the street. When I say in the middle of the street, I mean in the middle of the intersection, because I refuse to drive the bus at this point. So she's looking at me with her arms crossed, and I'm telling her, "Ma'am, if you want this bus to move, I need you to step away from me and turn off the radio," because I'm standing my ground at this point. And so she's like, "You have to take me across the street. You have to take me across the street." So I finally took her across the street, because at this point I'm losing, because now I'm blocking traffic, and cars are blowing at me, and people are afraid they're gonna get hit and all like this. So I took the car across the street, and opened the doors, and she finally stepped off the bus. But then there was this old gentleman sitting in the disabled area. Because at this time, when she got off the bus, I called control, and I told control that I was unable to continue in service because the whole situation, I was emotionally compromised and I could not safely operate the bus anymore. At this point, I'm physically shaking. So there's a gentleman in the front wheelchair area, and he must have been oblivious to everything that was going on, because I'm telling everyone that they needed to step off of my bus and get on the bus behind me, because I could no longer operate the bus and I had to take it back into the division. And he looks up and he says, "Man, why can't we just stay on your bus and ride with you?" And I looked at him, and I tell you, something came over me that I'd never felt before. And I took my hand and I hit my hand in a balled fist on the wheel well. And I hit it so hard that I almost fractured my wrist across the safety bar that was there. When I pulled my wrist back up, it hurt. It hurt really bad. And I screamed at the top of my lungs at that guy. This is an old man who did nothing to me. He didn't say nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing. But I screamed at him like he cut all 4 tires on my car. I was so mad at this man. And all he wanted to know was, why couldn't we stay on the bus? Why couldn't he stay on the bus with me? Because he didn't want to get up and move to the bus behind me. I realized what I had done, and I stepped off the bus, and I literally walked. I walked a long way away from the bus. And I called back headquarters after about maybe 15 minutes, and I told them, "I can't drive this bus back to the division. You're gonna have to send another operator. I can't drive, period." I got back to the division, and I got in my car, and I sat in my car for about 2 hours before I could even turn the ignition to start so I could drive home. And I realized I had a problem at that point. And that was when I got in touch with a counselor. A counselor told me to, start writing down my feelings so I could start processing how I dealt with this. And that, believe it or not, is how this channel actually got started. This channel got started because it actually began on Facebook. I didn't have a way of writing down my emotions and what I was dealing with, because I just didn't have enough time as a bus operator. And so I'm like, rather than write down these stories, maybe I can make videos of it instead. And so what happened was, I started recording my experiences as a bus operator. And then I came up with Adventures of Your Friendly Neighborhood Bus Operator. And what I did was I pretended that I was the black Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers in the neighborhood. And because I wore this blue sweater, and I had the tie and the long sleeve shirt, and I'm like, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Don't you want to be my passenger, or something like that. I got it in the videos. I made like 30 videos of it. And I had a really good time making those videos and sharing it with my other bus operators, because it was in a private Facebook group. And I developed a little bit of a following online. And when I got terminated from Metro, I wanted to continue making these videos, because it actually helped me communicate my feelings. And I like, sharing my experiences or so like that. And then a good friend of mine, he recommended that I start a YouTube channel talking about my experiences as a rideshare driver. And here we are today, Ride with Peterson. So, to answer your story of what happened with me at Metro, that's the long story. Basically, I was assaulted on the bus. I suffered from PTSD. Ultimately, I was terminated for missouts. I was late to work too many times. There's a policy in place where you cannot be more than 6 times late in a rolling 90-day period. I was late 8 times. And what happens is, in order for the lates to fall off, you have to be on time for 90 days for every single one of them to fall off. So if you're late 7 times and then on 89 days you're okay, but then you are late again, the 90-day clock starts all over again, and those 8 lates stay on your record. And that's what happened with me. And so I did not defend myself. Yes, I'm a military veteran. I did not defend myself properly when I went before I went to my hearing. And instead of giving me a 30-day suspension, which I had hoped for, instead of trying to fight for a 30-day suspension, which I hoped for, they elected to terminate me. And the reason why they terminated me was because, in addition to being late, I was also the legislative rep with the union. And I was making all kinds of changes at Metro regarding the buses, regarding ADA violations. What is it? What is it? ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. Complaining about the buses that weren't kneeling. What else? Yeah, the videos, I'm going to post the videos, but I have 2 problems with the videos. One is a minor problem. One is a significant problem. First problem with the videos is they need to be edited. I need to edit the videos so they conform to Metro's social media policy. I probably don't have to follow that because let's face it, I'm not an employee at Metro anymore. So, but some of them have F-bombs and S-bombs. I mean, because one of the things you know about my channel is I don't use profanity on my channel. But those videos for the whatchamacallit, I tell you what I'm gonna do. There's 23 people here. I'm going to play one of the videos for you, okay? Because I don't think at 223 minutes, folk are going to go this far to see this video. But I'm going to play this one for you so you'll see exactly what the videos are like. And I think, hopefully I got enough battery power in this thing. Oh man, I don't have enough battery power. Let me plug it in. I thought I had plenty of battery power going on here. I hope I have enough battery power. Anyway, so I have to edit the videos for language, and then I have to edit the videos because they're in the tall format and not the wide format. One of the things I wanted to do with the videos was I wanted to give an intro for each video to give it proper context, but I'm not able to do that because the videos are widescreen. I mean, they're portrait and not widescreen. And when I tried to edit the videos in iMovie, the aspect ratios came out completely wrong. Videos are totally screwed up. Oh man. Well, it looks like I can't play the video for you. My phone is dead, and I don't have the right cable to charge it up. Man, I was really looking forward to doing this. But I tell you what, I have 5 of the videos online. Man, I do not have this charging cable. I am upset now. Man, this sucks. I just knew I had one of these Type-C cables in this car. Oh, man. Well, I can't show the video to you. Sorry about that. I really wanted, because I wanted to show you the one about the young lady who was trying to get a free ride on the bus, and I can't show y'all that one, but y'all, you have to look it up. But look, it's Adventures of Your Friendly Neighborhood Bus Operator. So what you do is this: look up Adventures. It's in, if you go to my channel and you say Ride with Peterson, Adventures of Your Friendly Neighborhood Bus Operator, or AF let me see. Let me write it down here so you can do it. What I did was I made one main video, and then you have to link to it to see the because I made the videos private. Man, I wish I had another phone. Okay, it's AFNBO. I made it kind of complicated. Adventures of Your Friendly Neighborhood Bus Operator. Those are the titles, and I put 5 of the videos online so you could test them out, and they actually came out pretty good. And I had plans of putting all 30 of them online, but I've had nothing but data problems trying to upload the videos. I tried to upload a couple earlier, but it's just I had no bandwidth where I was located, and it wouldn't put the videos online. So because what I want to do is I want to edit the videos. I need to edit the videos for language, because there's a lot of S-bombs and a lot of F-bombs in those videos, and what I don't want community standard strikes, and I don't want to miss out on monetization on those videos. So I need to edit those videos. But the other problem is those videos need to be edited so that I can put the intro in the front of them. And it's a simple, but it's a time-consuming process. And I was looking to find someone on Fiverr that would do it for me. But then Adobe, you can basically spend $10 a month and have access to all the software like Adobe Premiere Pro and whatnot. And I'm like, I could just do Adobe Premiere Pro myself and figure it out. I mean, I was able to edit the S-bomb out of the video I did before, and I just used iMovie for that. I just found the golf club noise. And I said, oh, this is perfect, because they don't have a beep in there. So I'm like, okay, let me do something different. And I'm like, this is perfect. This is great. So and I timed it just right, and it covered up the bomb. This is a Prius. This is a 2013 Toyota Prius. I think this is a Prius 2, or it might be a 1, because it has the hubcaps that have been removed. So it's a Prius 1. No backup camera. But and it's got 200 and by the time tonight is over with, it'll have 200 and I'm 219,676 miles, and it rides great. It's a great running car. No major issues with it. So, but yeah, but I pay $700 a month for this car. Go figure. All right, so let me see. Well, the worst to me was the rabbit service animals he had to the. Oh yeah, you guys got that story. Yeah, that was. I told y'all about that one where the man got on board the bus and said his dog had rabies, and I had to let him on board the bus because I called the supervisors, and they got mad at me for not letting that bus with that dog with rabies on the bus. Now the dog was nice, the dog was cool, and he's looking around just as sad as he was, but the fact of the matter is that dog had rabies, and the veterinarian didn't want to treat the dog. But yet the gentleman, he gave me the paperwork, and no, I don't go to church. He gave me the dog, he gave me the paperwork, and I'm like, I can't let this dog on board the bus. This is a pit bull too. What if this dog goes crazy on somebody on board? But when the supervisor came, the supervisor told me, he says, look, you have a person that comes on board and they have an animal, and they tell you it's a service animal. You don't question it. You don't ask any questions whatsoever. You let that dog on board the bus, period. You're given specific instructions to do this. And I said, okay, fine. And so I let him on board the bus because I was ordered to do so. How are the power zones for Lyft? Do you drive more with Lyft than Uber? The power zones for Lyft are okay, but quite frankly, I ignore the power zones. I do as little as possible for rideshare. I'm not motivated to work hard for this anymore. I'm just not. You can call it whatever you want to do it, but bottom line is this: I'm the one that's got to do the work, and I choose to do just enough to make $100 a day. Even if the money is great on a particular given day, like for example, on New Year's Day, I'm quite certain I could have done very well on New Year's Day. But you know what I did? I enjoyed my New Year's Day. I made nothing on New Year's Day because I did not want to give up my New Year's Day for anybody but myself. I'm like, you know what? I can make the money I need tomorrow. I'm enjoying my New Year's Day, and that's exactly what I did. Because for 5 years, I gave my New Year's Day to Metro, and what did it give me? It got me fired. And what did I do with my New Year's Day for rideshare? I gave up my New Year's Days for rideshare, and what do I have? Nothing. So for this year, I said, you know what? Since I got nothing, I want to enjoy my day off. And that's what I did. I'm doing just enough at this point. I'm not pushing myself hard because I'm not getting anything from this when it comes down to it. So I'm like, no, now when I have a job and I'm required to be there at a certain time and a certain hour, then I'll do what I need to, and I go from there. But I want to push myself harder on YouTube, though. I really do. That's what I want to do. And I'm trying to find that right formula, because once I get that right formula with YouTube, oh, it's on. It is on and popping. Like they say on a Black Lady sketch show, it is popping when I find that right formula, and I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna do it, and it's gonna be cool. I'm just looking for it, and I'm very close to it. I'm very, very, very close to it. Anyway, that's where I am right now with all of this. So as far as suing Metro, I have been told that multiple times over the last 3.5 years that I should have sued Metro for illegal termination. And the funny thing about it, now that I think about it, it's been 3.5 years, almost 4 years. Here's the situation. When I was initially terminated, I was very angry, I was very bitter, I was very hurt. But I also wanted to forgive and move on. And for me, that meant I had to let go of suing the organization. Would I have gotten paid? Yeah, I would have gotten paid. But I probably would have blown all the money on all kinds of other stuff. Um, but I also would have lost any flexibility as far as getting the job back. See, now that it's past the time, because you're supposed to file a lawsuit, I believe, within within either within 1 year or 3 years. I'm not certain. But one thing I do know is this. If I had filed the lawsuit, they definitely would have marked in it that I'm not eligible for rehire. I go back to Metro now. They look at my paperwork and they say, hey, Peterson, you are eligible for rehire. We have to review your file, but you're eligible for rehire. So I'm like, you know what? At least I have that. More than likely I won't take advantage of it. I mean, I have been to a couple of union meetings. I visited with the general chairperson of the union a couple of weeks ago. And you know, the ironic thing is, if Metro offered me my job today, I couldn't take it because I have high blood pressure. I have to get my high blood pressure under control before I can engage them and say, hey, you know, I want my job back. Because they go through all this trouble to get my job back, and then, okay, we need you to pass your medical, and it's like, oh, we're sorry, we can't certify you because you have high blood pressure. So I mean, I'll pass everything else, but you know, high blood pressure is the problem. So I look at it, and see, that's the other thing. That's why I'm not a truck driver, because I can't pass because of the high blood pressure. So I feel like I'm being directed to go somewhere else, and that's the path I'm following right now. So as far as suing Metro is concerned, I actually let go of that a long time ago, and I'm not worried about that or bitter. You know, whatever money I could have gotten for the illegal termination, I'll make that money. So it's all right. It's no thing, and I don't even think about that, quite frankly. The only time that ever comes into my mind, my being, is when I have a conversation like this. Someone brings it up and they say, oh, you could have sued Metro for all this much money, and you could have sued them for all that. And you know what? I think I got a charger cable. Let me see. I'll be right back. I got to check something in the back. Okay. I thought I had a charger cable for the phone, but I don't. See, I have a I have a USB-C cable. This is what it looks like if you can see it. It's the, do it right. But here's the deal. The other end is the same. So I can't use it because I need a USB A cable to put into the charger adapter. And then I put the USB-C. See, I put the USB-C in this side right here. Where's that? Yeah, I could put it in here, but then the problem is I got this cable because I wanted this cable to be a high-speed connection to the computer, but it didn't do anything to make the connection speed any faster with the computer, so I kind of left it alone. But now I wish I had the appropriate cable to work with this. It sure would be great if I had a. So now what I'm gonna do is I gotta get a charger that can accommodate this cable here, so I can have this used all the time, because I don't have a USB-C adapter. Everything else is USB-A. This and Lightning. And see, all my pictures, I mean, not all my pictures, but all the videos are on this phone. And this phone, it's dead. So, well, I'm upset about it, but it's okay. I'll live. I'll get the videos out to you. Anyway, yeah, I was talking about the money to Metro. Hey, it would be great to have the money. If I had sued them, I'd probably be paid right about now. And I know exactly what I would do with the money too. But and it sure would be helpful. But look, if an attorney tells me that I can sue them 4 years after being terminated, sign me up. I will definitely get on board the case now. But it's been too long, and I don't think I can sue them at this point, which is okay. It's fine. That's life. That's how it is. So I'll move on and we'll see what happens. But I think something better is going to come my way anyway. Okay, you have everything, man. Come, if you really have the Lord Jesus Christ in you, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Makes sense. Yes, all spirits reckoning. I know that already. I'm very well aware of that. Let's see. Do you go to church? Adrian, I do not go to church. I have a very painful relationship with the church, and it's just me and God at this point now. For me to go back to church, it would require something catastrophic to happen with my mom, and I would be going to church for her behalf, not for myself. I told myself that if my mother ever got to a situation where I had to start caring for her, and she was unable to get herself to church, or she was unable to care for herself to do that, then I would make the sacrifice for her to take her to the church, because church is very important to my mom, and I respect and honor her for that, and I would make sure that she would be in church in the front pew every Sunday morning, like she's always been all my life. But me personally, no, I will not go to church. For me, and I am settled, and I am at peace with that decision. So that's that. Let me see. Don't let the schmuck in the suit that pepper sprayed you, or that lady that radio blasted you, or the bus company permanently change you. The world of paratransit needs your empathy. And I've heard of that, but the hard part about being in paratransit, it doesn't pay a lot of money, man. I wish it paid more money. So but I may have to consider going to that job to get what I need. Let me see. would you consider a move to Niagara Falls, New York? I've seen decent homes online selling for like $25,000 to $30,000. I will have to look into that and see. I never thought of Niagara Falls, New York. Um, I was thinking of moving to Maine. I've heard that they're supposed to be trying to give away houses in Maine because they're trying to rebuild the population up there. Um, because at this point, if I want to make money, all I need to do is just simply get a good internet thing going, and I'll be okay. Um, but I'm open to moving. I'm open to moving somewhere. But my concern now is that my parents may need me at this point. I may actually have to. I'll get everything going on my end, and then something's going to happen, and one or both of my parents are going to need me to be here, and we'll see. I'm not worried about it, but in the back of my head, my gut is telling me that's where I'm going to have to do. But would I move to Niagara Falls? Yeah. I mean, just in this live stream alone, I've told move to Colorado, move to Niagara Falls, New York, move to Maine, go anywhere, but remain here in California. But here's the deal. And this is the honest truth. Before I can entertain any type of change in what's going on with me right now, there are two things I must do. Three things I must do. I'm sorry. Three things that must happen. Number one, I have to pay off the money that I owe for the Yukon. That's $2,300 that I owe for the Yukon. Because if I do not pay that off, I will be sued. And I do not want to be sued. That's the first thing. Second thing is, I must have a vehicle of my own that I do not pay a payment on, that I'm not required to pay a payment on, because I need to eliminate that financial burden. I'm in this car right now because I am able to generate the money necessary to pay for this car. But once I'm out of this car and I have something that's $2,500, $3,000, I don't have to ride. I don't have to do ride share to pay for the car. I can get a job that pays $15 an hour, and I can survive on that. And then I just live in the car until I figure it out later on. I can be hardcore with it if that's what it takes, and then grow from there. But I need to get away from this car. And that's the third thing. I need to get rid of the car. So first I need to pay off what I owe on the truck. Then I need to get my own vehicle, and then I need to get rid of this car. The minimum amount for me to do that, I need $5,000. If I have $5,000, I'll walk away from this car tonight. But short of doing that, I have to work for the next 60 days. $100, that's 60 days, that's $6,000. It gives me enough money to take care of all three things, and have $1,000 for the various expenses of gas and food and all like that. So the goal is handled. That's where I am right now. My hope is between working rideshare and saving up what I can and whatnot. I'll have that money by April. That's where I'm at right now. I just heard about it from you, Nomad. Did you hear about the Uber Eats driver in London who was killed because he tried stopping thieves stealing his bike? And that's sad. That's the world we live in, that you have people that want to kill somebody for a bike instead of working for what they have, like the rider did. They wanted to steal his bike. He fought back, and they made a decision to take his life. And the really sad part about it is, you know, that gentleman won't get justice because they'll probably put the killers in jail for the rest of their lives. But but the but the but the young man who's dead, he's gone forever now. And the other two guys, they'll be taken care of by the state for the rest of their lives. So, you know, it's a very unjust situation. In the deal, it brings me a lot of a lot of sadness thinking about it because you figure, okay, this guy, he was a Uber Eats rider, Uber Eats delivery person. He's on his bicycle. He was struggling. He was struggling. He's trying to make, you know, his life better than it was. He's trying to make tomorrow better than it was yesterday. And you know, for all the disagreement that we have about rideshare and about the pay or so like that, bottom line, it's decent work. It's honorable work. It's honest work. Hey, it doesn't pay a lot. It doesn't pay anything. It takes more from us than what we put into it. But at the end of the day, it's honest work. And people who were dishonest, dishonorable, it killed them. It really I am so upset to hear about it. I really am. Let me see. Tech 721, what's on your mind? You said hello. Talk to me, man. Oh, Max asks, he asked the question, how does everyone in LA survive without working 80 to 100 hours a week? Well, you know, we have this little thing called rent control. If you have the right spot in LA, you have great rent forever. And a lot of people, the reason why they're able to stay in California, in LA anyway, is because they live in apartment buildings that were built before 1975, and as a result, they have rent control, especially in the city of Los Angeles. But you have a number of good paying jobs out here that allow you to get a spot. If I made enough money, I could get an apartment in LA. But I don't make enough money to get an apartment in LA. You have to make they here it's a catch-22 with rideshare in Los Angeles. First of all, you need to make 2.5 or 3 times worth rent. So let's say you are in an apartment complex and the rent is $1,500 a month. Okay, so if your rent is $1,500 a month, you multiply that times 3. That means you need to make $4,500 gross per month in order to get that apartment. In order to get that apartment as a rideshare driver, you have to divide that 4,500 by 20 days a month. 5 times 4 is 20. That means you need to consistently make $225 a day, 5 days a week, in order to afford the apartment. The problem with that is confounded by a few things. First of all, that $225 a week, you also have to factor in that you're spending more money on gas than the typical renter. So that pulls away from the money. Then on top of that, you're spending more money on vehicle maintenance. If you're renting a car, you're spending more money on renting a car. What else? If you are What's the other thing we're dealing with as a rideshare driver? You got your insurance you got to worry about. You have to pay for your own health care. If you're saving up money for retirement, you got to worry about saving up money for retirement. If you have short-term and medium-term savings goals, you got to save up for that as well too. Where are you going to get the money to spend for an apartment on your own? Some people say, hey, you know what? I'll downgrade. I'll go from a one bedroom to a single, or I'll go from a single to renting a room from somebody. So you do all those things, and before you know it, you don't have enough money to spend on rent. Look, I'm not the only rideshare driver living in my car. I'm just one of the few openly talking about it. When I first started this thing, there was no need to talk about it because I didn't have to worry about it. But when I got when I got when I got this when I got the BMW and I lost the car, everything changed at that moment. So, I've been living in my car since April of 2017, because I lost my apartment in 2016, and was it 20? No, I lost my job in 2016. I lost my job in 2016, and let me see. Yeah, I lost my job in 2016, and I got the car in late 2016, and it was early 2017 when sorry, I had to move. There were some people next to me yapping and talking, and looked like they were about to start bumping and grinding next to the car, so I had to get away from them. All right, man, 256 minutes, man. I'm going. Hey, Felipe F. I don't do rideshare anymore, but I still appreciate. Hey, Felipe, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Wow. Well, I'll soon be in the same boat with you, man. I won't be doing rideshare that much longer. At least I hope not to be doing it that much longer. I'm trying to get out of rideshare before I'm forced to get out of rideshare, and the reason why is because I truly do believe things are going to change in a very big way for rideshare. July 1st, because of how Assembly Bill 5 is written, and I think Uber and Lyft are going to be in for a big fat awakening at that time. They can pretend all they want that they can violate the law the way they want, but there are provisions built into the law to ensure that California gets its money, or they stop violating the law the way they're doing. And the day of reckoning is coming. They can keep playing these games all they want, but either they're gonna assign these drivers as employees, or they're gonna leave the state. One of the two, because these arguments that they're trying to put forth aren't going to work. And I don't think that this thing they're trying to get, this exemption, I don't think it's going to work for them. I honestly don't think it's going to work for them. I mean, it shows you how much they respect drivers. They spend $90 million on this initiative that's ultimately designed to protect them, than to say, hey, you know what? Let's just find a way where we can pay the drivers what they need to make, and go from there. They're worried about their profitability at the expense of the welfare of the very people who's necessary for that profitability to happen. So this is some good water. Core water, good water. But you know why I like these bottles? Mm. It has a nice big opening. These are very effective pee bottles, and I like them because the opening is nice and big. So that's why I buy core water. And also, it's plenty of space. This is a 5. This is what, let's see, this is 591 milliliters. Plenty of space to collect urine at 3 o'clock in the morning, because at 3 o'clock in the morning this thing will be halfway full with what I just put in. It's going to filter out at about 3 o'clock in the morning. So this will make it very easy to handle my business. And then when I'm done with it, it's very easy to either leave it in the cup holder here, or to put it in the glove compartment if necessary. Screw the top, everything is nice and tight, nothing spills, no odors. Nobody knows the better. Yeah, and then when I go to the truck stop to take my showers, I put it in a I put the bottle in my gym bag, or I put the bottle in I put the bottle in my gym bag, or I put the bottle in my I put the bottle in my gym bag, or I put my bottle in a plastic bag like this, and I take it inside the to the shower room with me, and I rinse it out there, and I do that. Let me see. Core water is best. Right now, Tech 721, I'm not saving money right now because I'm really not making enough money to save. My money is going towards just keeping me alive to survive at this point. I'm just making $100 a day, if that, necessary to pay for the car, to pay for the insurance, to pay for the cell phone bill, for food, for gas, to keep my clothes clean, to keep the car clean, and that's all. I'm also trying to save up money so I can pay off the money I owe on the Yukon. But anything beyond that, look, the reality is it has to come out of $100 a day, and I don't have much space for that. And see, I'm always going to have some kind of an emergency, some kind of a problem. I save up $500, and I look up and I have a $450 emergency that comes up, and I have to pay it. Well, that's the savings gone right there. So that's the situation I'm in right now. That's why I need to get away from rideshare, because I can't do much with it. Let me see. Red Robin retracted the message. I forgot what the message was, but he pulled it away, and I was going to answer his question. Is driving 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. is good in Los Angeles? I would say yes. Any 12-hour shift is good. If you're able to, you're from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., you'll be getting trips from the airport, people leaving from home to airport, taking people to work, doing with the lunch hour crowd, and then you'll be dealing with people leaving work, going back home. So 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is good hours to work. I would personally love to work those hours. The problem now is because of my issues with caffeine and how my internal clock has reset itself. I'm not able to be awake at 5 o'clock in the morning anymore. In order for me to be up at 5 in the morning, I literally would have to have my own apartment, and I would have to be able to consistently get a solid 8 hours of sleep, and then I'd have to reset my clock, my internal clock around working like that so I could wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be at work effective at 5. If I had my own apartment, I would start every day at 4 a.m. But it's not possible for me to do that here. So I'm working with how my internal clock works right now. Okay, I answered your question. Thanks. Okay. I wish I remember what your question was, because I read it and I was going to get to it, but you said I answered it. So thanks. By the way, how are you doing? It's been a while since we the last time we saw each other, I think we met each other 2 years ago. I still had the BMW. In fact, I had the BMW and the Lexus. I had two cars at that time. And yeah, because we only saw and spoke to each other just that one time, and we haven't really kept up with each other since. But how are you doing? And I remember, I think you had a Prius at that time. So let me see. Okay, and then let's see. Yes, you need to come to Odessa, Texas. You will make more money over here. In Odessa, Texas, you can make 150 to 250 every 3 hours. So you're telling me that if I move to Odessa, Texas, if I work for 12 hours, since 12 is a multiple of 3, let me see. So 250 times 4. So you mean to tell me that if I move to Odessa, Texas, and if I work for 12 hours a day in Odessa, Texas, that I will make $1,000 a day as an Uber X driver? Because I just did the math, and that's what you're telling me. If I'm going to make $250 every 3 hours, if I do 4 times that work, I will make $1,000 a day. Is that what you're saying? Because you're telling me that I will make what I'm currently not making in a week. I'll make that in a day. Just driving the car in Odessa, Texas. Every 3 hours. If you work those hours, you make around, and sometimes more. Let's see, 150 times 4. Okay, so instead of $1,000 a day, you're saying $600 a day I can make in Odessa, Texas. I tell you what, send me objective. You get long trips. Send me objective information on that, screenshots, everything like that, and I'll seriously consider it. And if you're telling me I can make $600 to $1,000 a day in Odessa, Texas, because see, I love long trips. That's what I want, a long trips. You tell me I'd pull that, and then I got to do what I got to do to get out to Odessa, Texas. I guess I'm definitely in the wrong city. But I haven't heard of anybody from Odessa, Texas making that kind of money. Hey, even Gio would move out to Odessa, Texas if that's what it took. So, but hey, my email address, oil field money here, rates are higher than every other city. Huh. Odessa, Texas. Where is Odessa, Texas at? So do I need to get a Suburban if I go out there? You know, I have no problem getting a Suburban. Odessa, Texas. Odessa. Texas. Let's see where Odessa, Texas is. Let's see. Southwestern Texas. Wow, it's freezing out there right now. No, I'm not getting a Suburban for luxury. I'm getting a Suburban because big guys need the space. I ain't getting this. Look, in California, the Suburban is a luxury vehicle, okay? In Texas, the Suburban is a work truck, all right? It's necessary to have the Suburban because you need a vehicle that can handle 5 Texas dudes sitting in it. That's why I want a Suburban out there, not because I'm trying to get the luxury crowd. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if Geo has been reactivated with Uber or not. You know, and I do most of my rides with Lyft because I have instant pay with Lyft. I don't have instant pay with Uber because I have a tax situation with Uber. So everything I'm from Uber, they take 25% out of it to send it to pay my back taxes. I'm trying to get to the point where I can only use Uber. I use Lyft for gas and then drive Uber for everything else. But see, the problem is this. I'm in a situation now I can't wait once a week for a check because I have a forest fire behind me and I got little spot fires I'm trying to put out at the same time. So, you know, sometimes I just want to break from it. So that's the thing. But nah, because look, Uber's getting the bulk of the business right now. You can push it hard, but it's tough with just Lyft by itself. It really is. But I have the flexibility with Lyft right now. So so we'll see. But no, I don't think he's been reactivated with Uber, which is very unfortunate. It really is. Because I know if he were reactivated on Uber right now, he'd be very happy. You know, if it gets too tough for him, or if he finds out it's not working or so like that, he might have to make the ultimate sacrifice and get a job. And I don't think Gio's trying to do that. You know, and I know how he feels about that because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not trying to get a job. I mean, I can get a job, but I'm not trying to to do it. And you know what? I think Gio should sue Uber. He absolutely should sue Uber. I believe he should. What they did to him was completely unjust. What they're doing to all the drivers is completely unjust. But see, the problem that we have is this. In the terms of service, and we all agreed to it and we signed it, Uber can terminate our agreement, our terms of service with them at any time, for any reason, at any time for any reason. So, but there's something I read somewhere else that drivers could use, and I got to make a video about it because it might be something that could actually help him in this situation to get around the arbitration agreement that was signed. And I think it would actually help him out. I'm driving Lyft until my appeal process. I really need my Uber back. Now, I would tell you, Mike, you're probably better off just moving on from Uber. Do something else. I mean, you know, sue Uber to get whatever money you can from them, but I would move on from it. I really would. I'm trying to move on from it right now. So, Mike, are you were deactivated? Okay. Would you move to Chicago or the surrounding areas? Personally, no, I would not move to Chicago. The winters in Chicago are just simply too bitter. Um, and I am petrified of the gun situation in the city of Chicago. Um, I visited Chicago twice back in the early 2000s, and I absolutely love the city. Wonderful people, um, great skyline, awesome food. But I don't know anybody who lives in Chicago, and I always got turned around from Chicago because, see, Lake, I believe it's Lake Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. It's on the opposite side. See, I'm used to the ocean being on the west side, and in Chicago, the ocean's on the east side. But I always got confused because whenever I saw the water, I'm thinking of the ocean in the Pacific Ocean, and I'm like, okay, well, this is actually, Lake Michigan. And I got turned around. Plus, you're higher up in the elevation, so the sun looked completely different. The days look strange. I mean, no, and it's so inland. And I'm like, nah, look, I'm used to being in California. Now, I would move to St. Louis. I lived there for several months, but to go even farther to to Chicago, I personally wouldn't move to Chicago. I don't think my life would be better moving to Chicago. I just don't. So, because that's the whole thing. I'm like, if I were to move somewhere, why would I go there? My motivation for moving anywhere would be because I want to have a better life wherever it is I move to. I want to have a better life. So, sorry, I'm scratching the side of I'm scratching my side here. I have a little psoriasis spot here, and it flares up sometimes, and right now that's what it's doing. So, yeah, they don't give you a reason when they let you go. They take their time. They drag their feet. Once they let you go, they're really done with you. You are thrown out like last century's trash. Um, really, it's I don't take it for granted because I realize I could be let go at any time. I could be let go at any time. You look at someone the wrong way, and they deactivate you, and they won't tell you why, because you realize the reasons why you're let go of is because of reasons like that. Oh, well, they let you go the wrong way. In fact, probably, it may come down to like this. Geo may have been let go of. Well, no, I don't think, because Gio really never had anything bad to say about the rideshare companies. But someone may have seen his videos online and said, we don't like his videos, find out who he is and deactivate him. And that may have been it. You never know. Even though Gio was supportive of the company, they probably still didn't like his videos. And they're like, oh, we don't like him, so we're going to get rid of him. But it's unfortunate. So, what do you think of some parts of Florida? I was only in Florida for a short period of time when I was in Miami, and I enjoyed it very much when I was there. It's just, it was so humid. I mean, my goodness, you open the door to go outside, and it was like you were in a steam room. And I'm gonna tell you, if I had a nice body, I would have been taking off my clothes because it was ridiculous out there. I see why every time you see people being portrayed in Miami, everybody's half naked when you see them, because it's a sauna out there. My goodness, I'm like, ooh, I couldn't wait to get back into air conditioning when I was in Miami. It was something else. But I liked it out there. It was nice. It was It was enjoyable. Had some really good food. They had some really great lemonade at this one spot that I was taken to. Um, I have to remember, but yeah, I liked it there. I have a good opinion of Florida. I really do. The only thing that concerns me about Florida though is when hurricane season comes and you have to evacuate and you're worried about your house being washed away. So so yeah, Miami is expensive. I'm learning that it's just expensive to live in America when it comes down to it. You have to have money to live in America. If you don't have money, you're not going to have the greatest time. You're not going to live your best life if you're in America. Let's face it. That's the burden that you bear living in America. You got to have money to live a nice life. And I think everybody wants to live a nice life. I really do. I really do. So let's see what we got here. I'm sorry about that. Let me see. Nope, they didn't give you the appeals. Sorry, can't type. Hey Roxanne, you're sorry about not Roxanne. Yeah, you're sorry. Don't worry about not being typing. We understand you. We got you. All right, everybody. Anybody else want to say anything? We want to keep the party going. If not, we might as well hang it up because it's getting to that point. Anybody else has something else they need or want to say? It is now 12:36 in the morning. I think it's Wednesday, February the 12th, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah. It is Wednesday, February 12th, 12:38 a.m. Let's see. No one else has said anything else. I know I got one more question back in there. Let me see. Would you live in isolation in a cheap place with lots of land? Yes, I would. I just give me an internet connection and I'm good to go. In fact, we have plenty of places like that here in LA County. I was actually thinking of buying some land up in the northern part of LA County. You can buy a plot of land for like $2,500, and then I buy an RV and put it on there and be happy with it. But then it's like, I don't know if I could do it out here like that. But yeah, the 10 acres of land, I would do it. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would love it. That would be fantastic. Shoo. Nobody's around. Oh please. I walk around. One with nature, no clothes. Oh boy. I would do it because I know there's nobody around for 10 acres. That would be so fun. Oh my goodness. Boy, but yeah, I would do it. To live on 10 acres of land, that would be great. I would get a nice John Deere tractor, and I would be tending to the land. I would make sure I had the best grass around, and I'm talking about real grass, not weed. Or let me say it properly. I'm talking about grass, not cannabis. So we understand. Look, I support people's right to smoke cannabis. You can smoke it all you want, just don't bring it near me. I voted to legalize cannabis in California. I voted for it. I said, hey, I think it should be legal. I think it's ridiculous that people are going to jail and spending all this time for selling a plant that people want to smoke. Why is it okay for RJ Reynolds to sell it by the billions in the stores, but then the marijuana plant that's been around for millions of years and people have been smoking it and enjoying it, all of a sudden it's a dangerous, illegal, illicit drug? That makes no sense. Now, I don't particularly like the smell of it. I don't like how it makes people behave and all like that. But I used to drink energy drinks or coffee, but not anymore. The reason why I have high blood pressure is because of energy drinks and coffee. So so no, I don't drink it, and I'm trying to tell people on a regular basis. In fact, in fact, what I need to do is I need to put that in my video signature. I'm gonna add that to my video signature, and I'm gonna tell people, and I'm gonna add it as a hashtag. Um, you need to check your blood pressure. You'll be surprised. Um, but a lot of people are running around with high blood pressure and don't even know. When I went and checked my blood pressure was 230, 236 over 119. When I went to I was in Vaughn. I was in Pavilions, and I was looking for some water. And I saw this high blood pressure cuff sitting there all by its lonesome in the store. And a little voice in my head said, "You need to check your blood pressure right now." And I took my arm and I put it in that little cuff and I pressed the button, and it came back 236 over 119. Do you know your blood pressure is supposed to be 120 over 80? And my diastolic number was 1 point below where my systolic number was supposed to be. So I'm like, okay, I have a very real problem here, and I need to fix this as quickly as possible. And so first thing I did was immediately I gave up energy drinks. I've been living off of energy drinks for the last 6 years. How do you think I was able to work 14, 15 hours a day at Metro, stay awake for the shifts? And then when I became a rideshare driver, was driving 17, 18 hours a day and didn't see that much work out of it because I was drinking 2 5-hour energies every day. I'm drinking what else am I drinking? I'm drinking Rockstar. I'm drinking Red Bull, 2 Frappuccinos, and then on top of that, all your soda pop has caffeine in it. Your chocolate, because I love chocolate. Well, I had to give up chocolate too. I just recently they opened a brand new C's here at whatchamacallit, at Ontario Mills. And I went inside the C's chocolate place, and I got what did I get? I got 2 chocolate treats because I couldn't say no. I got the butterscotch pecan bar, and I went and got the butterscotch pecan bar, and I went and got the Scotch Mellow bar. Both of those bars have chocolate on the bottom, and the Scotch Mellow is surrounded by chocolate, and then it has the fudge in the bottom, butterscotch caramel, and the marshmallow in the middle. Well, one thing about me and caffeine is when it's time for the caffeine to pass out of my system, it passes out through my muscles. And I am in agony when it does that. And earlier today, I had 2 bouts of caffeine withdrawal, and I was in some serious, serious, serious pain. I cannot drink anything but water, because if I start drinking the sugar again, if I start drinking these soda pops, it's going to have caffeine in it, and it's going to cause me pain. And this chocolate, same thing, it does it. And I paid the price earlier today for it. And it was a reminder, you need to stay off of that stuff, because that is why I'm having a problem getting my blood pressure down because I'm taking caffeine, I'm taking in energy drinks, and I have to end it. So yeah, I used to, but not anymore. Do you think the Uber Hub will help? No, the Uber Hub won't help. I can tell you that. The Uber Hub. You have to remember, um, they're employees, and they only get access to so much information. Right now, he said his situation is in appeals, and they're going to just drag their feet on it, Mike. I mean, they don't see a need to reinstate you quickly. They don't. It's unfortunate. It really is. Does anyone have a problem with not getting paid for the correct miles for long trips on Lyft? I think anybody would have a problem for not getting paid for the correct miles on Lyft. Um, you would have to be very meticulous on monitoring your trips in order to prove that you are being shortchanged for that, because they'll attack your record keeping. See, one thing you got to remember is that Uber and Lyft, they ultimately depend on Google to keep all this accurate for them, for the miles and stuff, and it could be wrong. There's no question about it. It could definitely be wrong, and I'm almost certain they're skimming a mile here, a mile there, a minute here, a minute there, off of almost every ride that's given in this service. And but tell you something, for us individual drivers, it might not seem like much if you know, 0.25 of every 10 miles is taken out, padded to what Lyft and Uber does. When you multiply that times the number of drivers that they have on the platform by the number of trips they have and the number of miles that the drivers do collectively, that adds up to millions of dollars for each company that they're getting over with on. It's a big deal. Yeah, you're very meticulous on your data, because you know how to measure your trips, and you count everything going back and forth on them on that. I'll admit I haven't pressed the matter at all. I just get what they give me, and I keep it pushing. But I hear where you're coming from. I do, and I respect where you're coming from. And you should fight for it. My little fight that I have in me is just about gone. That's it. I've been hurt so much. It's like I just want to move on. Uber CSR did admit there was a glitch of accidentally deactivating drivers. I'm sure of it. No question. Lyft always underpaid in appeals. I've been trying the B12, and the B12 really doesn't work all that much for me. At least I don't sense that much of a difference in B12. I wish B12 worked better for me. Or maybe I just need a mega dose of vitamin B12. But I've ultimately found what really would work best for me is to just simply have a great night's worth of sleep. I recently had the opportunity to sleep in a bed for basically an entire day, and it shocked me exactly how tired I was. Because see, when I'm in this car, I usually wake up about 4 or 5 times during the night. The winds are blowing, it gets cold, I have to start the car up to get it warm in here. I'm shifting position because of legs going numb. My head hurts a bit because it's on the headrest, trying to get the rest or so. My knee is on the center console too much. Korean red ginseng. Okay, I'll look that up and I'll try it and see if that'll work. Hopefully it won't make my heart race, but that sounds like a winner. We'll see if that works. Korean red ginseng. I'll look into it. But yeah, the vitamin B12, it doesn't do anything measurably for me. So, but we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. Let's see. All right. Anybody else out there wants something? Y'all actually got to keep me for another hour. I was supposed to turn off at 11:01. I plan on turning this thing off, and now it's 12:50. So we got 5 minutes to go to 300 minutes. I think I might as well go on ahead and hit that number. 300 minutes. That's impressive even for me. So let me see what 300 minutes is. Well, let me see. 6 times 4 is 240. 6 times 60 times 5. Oh man, 5 hours. You know what? I'm gonna go for people. 5 hours in a live stream. I don't think I've ever done that before. So we're gonna do this for 4 more minutes. I want the people when they look at this live stream, that Peterson is a fool. I done sat through 2 Lord of the Rings movies talking to y'all. Have y'all ever sat through a Lord of the Rings movie? The special edition of Lord of the Rings Return of the King. It was 4 hours and some odd minutes long. I never got to sit through an entire sitting of the special edition of that. I wanted to, but when I hit this 300 minutes, I will have officially been talking to you for longer than the length of a Lord of the Rings Return of the King, the director's cut. It was over 4 hours long. And you figure, okay, a good movie is an hour and 30 minutes. So no, between the hours of 2:30 and 4 a.m., it's basically dead. There's really nothing going on. You might get a ride every once in a while, but it's highly unlikely. Everything starts picking up at 4 o'clock. Now, I say this by saying that if you're somewhere like Palm Springs and you have a customer that needs to get from Palm Springs to LAX, you're going to get that person between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m. And the reason why is because that person needs to get to LAX and they want to beat traffic. Because when you leave Palm Springs at 4 o'clock in the morning, as you go farther and farther into the city, you're going to have more and more people getting on the freeway, and eventually the freeway is going to get clogged up because you're going to have basically all of Southern California trying to do the same thing you're doing, which is to get from one side of the state to the other, to LA to get to work. But to say you're going to get a ride at 3 o'clock in the morning, no. I mean, it can happen, and I have received rides at 3 in the morning, but it's not something you can count on. But 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you can count on rides during that time. There's no question. The only thing is this: I will be asleep during those hours because I will be knocked out. All right, people, we are at 299 minutes. We're in the final minute to get down to 5 hours of this live stream. One of these days, people, I'm going to do an 8-hour live stream. I'm going to do it because you, the faithful, want that of me. I will give it to you. I will give you an 8-hour live stream. I might go all out and just give you a 12-hour live stream. What do you say? One of these days, I think I'm going to do it. It's going to be on a day where I know I won't be driving or I'm not driving. It'll probably be after I'm a rideshare driver and I'm done with rideshare. Then I'll say, hey, you know what? I'm going to be with y'all for 12 hours. Y'all going to be with me, and it's going to be a situation where the sun will be up. It will be nice and shiny and bright. And then you'll see it get dark like it is right now. Yeah. I think that'd be cool. So, or I could flip it around. I could say, all right, I'll work from, I'll do it to where, you know, it's dark at night and then the sun comes up. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, we're at 300 minutes, people. I've officially crossed over 5 hours. I don't think I've ever had a 5-hour live stream before. Maybe I have. Have you ever done it? Have you ever done it for 18 hours? Not a live stream, no. I have worked rideshare for 18 hours straight, though. I did that with Uber several times. So that was back before Uber, you know, put the 12-hour limits on you. Because, you know, before, when you were driving for Uber, you could drive for as long as you want, 17, 18 hours. Yeah, I was online for that long. So, all right, I'm seeing if anyone else needs anything. Okay, so I'm gonna wait. Let me see. They put in the limits because it's the federal law. More than likely, someone sued Uber for it, and they probably got sued because maybe what happened was a driver was involved in an accident, and they were able to prove that that the reason why the accident happened was because the driver was fatigued, and the reason why they were fatigued was because Uber was permissive in allowing the driver to drive for as long as they did because they obviously wanted the money. The person was injured. The attorneys argued the case. Uber lost the case, and they're like, "Hey, we have to put this 12-hour limit in place." So that's why it's there. But for years before, no, Uber and Lyft, they didn't put hours in there. You could work as much as you wanted to, and you were okay. And you know, I liked having that kind of flexibility. I did, but now they took it away. You have to be a little strategic even with that. So I'll tell people, you want to work when people are most awake, and you want to do a 12-hour shift at any time between the hours of 4 a.m. and midnight. So whatever 12 hours you choose in there, that's what's going to give you the best results. So you could do 4 to 4, 5 to 5, 6 to 6, 7 to 7, 8 to 8, 9 to 9, 10 to 10, 11 to 11, or 12 to 12. More than likely, the best time to work would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. because the most people are awake during those hours. That's just my opinion. All right, now I'm really hitting it hard with the barrier to rest here, so like that, and I can't continue on. I have to go to sleep. So I'm at let me see. The best red ginseng is $200 a bottle. Well, I won't be getting red ginseng like that then. I love between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. I absolutely hate traffic. Oh yeah, you'll see no traffic during those hours. Those are awesome hours. 8 to 6. That's good. I might have to consider that, but I don't know. All right, everybody, it's time for me to knock it out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Oh, I need to give a special thank you to Al Sadler. Hey Al, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it more than words can express. I truly do. Um, I'll check out the red ginseng also, Mike. I think that's a good deal because I definitely need to detox and cleanse the body. All right, everyone. I truly do appreciate you all for sticking in here with me. And let me see. Hopefully, I have enough energy and rest to fulfill my promise to you to later today, in 11 hours, from 12 to 12:30. I'll have the countdown. That's the regular live stream. But you know what? I talked about so much now. I won't probably do much, but yes, it's going to be 30 minutes because I gave y'all 5 hours this time. So, all right, everyone, have a good one. I will catch you at 12 noon.